Hello, dreamers, and welcome to Haunted Sleep. This is the place where eerie tales and calming whispers meet, helping you drift into peaceful sleep with a touch of mystery. Before we begin tonight's story, I'd love to know, where in the world are you listening from? Leave a comment below and let me know. And if you're enjoying these nightly journeys, don't forget to like, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss a night of chilling calm. Now, close your eyes, get comfortable, and let's drift into the unknown together. Many years ago, we bought a beautiful brick house in South Richmond. Built in 1925 by Harvey and Edith Martin, the house sat on a small hill overlooking Forest Hill Park. Harvey and Edith had lived there their entire married lives, raising 5 sons and spending many happy years together. Both of them passed away in the house, Harvey first, and Edith a few years before we bought the property in the 1980s. After they passed, another couple owned the home briefly, made some updates, and moved out when the husband was transferred for work. The day we moved in was busy and exhausting. By the evening, the truck was empty, and boxes and furniture were scattered throughout the house, waiting to be unpacked. I finally sat down on the front porch with my 3-year-old son, Zach, enjoying the cool evening and a cold beer. The streetlights had just come on when Zach suddenly said, "Daddy, who's that lady?" Confused, I looked around. The street in front of the house was completely empty. "What lady?" I asked. He pointed and replied, "That lady right there." I told him I didn't see anyone and asked him what she looked like. He sighed, sounding a little frustrated. "She's over there under the light, wearing a big dress. Oh, she's gone now." I wasn't sure what to make of it, but I let it go. At the time, my wife Lynn and I both worked, so we hired Kathy to provide daycare for Zach, our infant son Josh, and another child from the neighborhood. One day, Kathy greeted me with a smile and a shake of her head. "You're not going to believe this," she said. "I put Josh down for his nap this afternoon, and when I went to check on him, his blanket was back on him." I looked confused, so she explained further. "The blanket wasn't in his bed. It was across the room." After that, things like this started happening regularly. Zach was older and in preschool, so he was never home during these events. Kathy would find Josh's teddy bear tucked into his bed, his blanket neatly placed back on him, or hear the rocking chair upstairs creaking as though someone were gently rocking it. When she went to check, the chair would be slowing to a stop, as if it had just been in use. That first Thanksgiving, my parents came to visit and stayed in the downstairs bedroom. This room had been added off the dining room in the 1950s when Harvey Martin had trouble climbing the stairs. Lynn was thrilled to host Thanksgiving dinner for my parents, especially my mom, whom she was always eager to impress. The dining room was beautifully lit with candles, 2 on the table and 6 in the new sconces Lynn had proudly purchased for the walls. The dinner was wonderful, and we all had a great time. As we were cleaning up, I asked Zach to help me blow out the candles. At 5 years old, this was the highlight of his day. I lifted him up, and he carefully blew out all 6 candles in the sconces and the 2 on the table. Then he helped me carry the dishes to the kitchen. But when I returned to the dining room, I froze. Every single candle was burning again, even though no one had been in the room. I couldn't explain it then, and I still can't now. Part of me wonders if Edith, who loved that house so much, just didn't want the evening to end. Edith's connection to the house was unmistakable. Her husband had built it exactly to her specifications, and it was the place where she raised her 5 sons. If there was a spirit in the house, it was Edith, and she seemed to be looking out for us, especially the boys. The presence always felt warm and protective, never frightening. Oddly enough, we came to feel like we weren't just living in the house, but caring for it on Edith's behalf. It felt more like her home than ours, but that was okay with us. She had become part of the family. Back in 1992, when my daughter was just 7 months old, I had an experience so terrifying that it still leaves me with questions to this day. As I mentioned in a previous story, I've always been sensitive to spirits. I can sense when they're present in a home and whether their energy is good or evil. From the moment we moved into the old house we were living in at the time, I knew something was wrong. The house had a heavy, negative, and depressing energy that unsettled me from the start. I hated everything about it. My boyfriend, however, dismissed my feelings, chalking them up to the fact that it was an old house. He didn't believe in the paranormal because he had never experienced anything himself, so I let it go. One night, I had a dream so vivid and strange that I knew it was significant. It's something I've experienced since childhood, dreams that feel meaningful and almost prophetic. In the dream, there was nothing but darkness, no floor, no ceiling, no walls. Just endless black. Suddenly, I saw a figure emerge, a man dressed in a white robe. He had his arms extended downward as if he were reaching out to someone in front of him. I couldn't see his face, only his body from the neck down. He was facing to his left, and I remember thinking, this must be Jesus. As I turned to see what, or who, he was looking at, I saw the devil. He was on his knees, looking up at Jesus, almost as if he were asking for forgiveness. I was confused. In my dream, I wondered, why would the devil kneel before Jesus like that? The moment that thought crossed my mind, the devil, or whatever it was, suddenly turned to face me. He smiled, and it was the most evil, chilling smile I have ever seen. At that exact moment, I woke up to the sound of my baby screaming. It was a horrifying scream, unlike anything I had ever heard from her before. I was lying on my right side, and as soon as I opened my eyes, I felt an icy gust of air rush past my left ear. It was strong and fast, and I knew instantly that something was in the room. The window was shut. It was winter, so it couldn't have been the wind. My daughter's scream was filled with pure terror, like someone was physically hurting her. I jumped out of bed, turned on the light, and ran to her crib. She was crying so hard that her face was almost purple. I picked her up to calm her down, and once she settled, I laid her down again to check her diaper, thinking maybe it was full and had leaked. That's when I noticed her socks were soaked, completely drenched. At first, I thought her diaper might have overflowed, but when I checked, it was perfectly dry. Confused, I looked around her crib, wondering if I'd accidentally left a bottle nearby that might have leaked. But there were no bottles, and everything else, her pajamas, the crib sheets, was completely dry. Only her socks were wet, so wet that when I wrung them out, water poured from them. Her little feet were wrinkled, like they'd been wet for a long time. I was completely baffled. What could have caused her socks to be so wet? And what connection, if any, did my strange dream have to this terrifying incident? I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been in the room that night, something that had targeted my child. I had always believed that evil spirits stayed away from babies, but this made me question everything. My daughter is 23 years old now, and she has grown up to be even more sensitive to spirits than I am. I often wonder if her sensitivity had something to do with what happened that night. Could she have attracted something because of her gift, even as a baby? To this day, I haven't found an explanation for what happened that night. Back in September 2013, I started experiencing something terrifying that continued every night until early November. It all began after I'd turn off the lights and get ready for bed. I'd fall asleep, but every night between 2:55 and 3:15 a.m., I'd wake up paralyzed, unable to move, and overcome by a fear I can't even begin to describe. I would see an old woman in a white gown hovering above me, laughing and grinning. She'd lean down and whisper in my ear, "Come with me." I'd try desperately to fight it off, to move, but I couldn't. What felt like hours of being trapped was, in reality, only 5 to 10 minutes. When I was finally able to move, I'd run to the light, switch it on, and refuse to go back to sleep. The next day, I told my mom and sisters what had happened. At first, they didn't believe me, and I can't blame them because it sounded crazy. But the next night, it happened again. Same routine, lights off, fall asleep, and wake up paralyzed. This time, though, I saw the old woman standing in the corner of my room, slowly moving toward me. I jumped up and ran to turn on the light, and as soon as I did, she was gone. I sat on my bed, crying from the fear. My mom, who had gotten up to use the bathroom, noticed my light on and came into my room. When I told her what had happened, she went to the kitchen and brought back a glass of water. She said, "This is for your spirit to drink when it leaves your body." She placed the glass on the table and went back to the bathroom. The moment she turned around, the old woman appeared in the corner again, furious. She knocked the glass off the table, shattering it against the door and splashing water onto my mom's feet. My mom froze in terror, realizing something serious was happening. The following night, my mom suggested I sleep on the floor of her room to see if anything would happen. I agreed, hoping to finally get some peace. But around 3 a.m., I woke up to see 3 tall shadows and a smaller, childlike shadow surrounding me. When I looked around, I realized I wasn't in my parents' room anymore. I was somewhere else, a place I now call hell. It was pitch black, yet I could clearly see the shadows pulling me. The air felt heavy with depression, and I could hear screams and cries for mercy all around me. I couldn't move or speak, they had somehow silenced me. When I finally managed to scream, all I could do was cry out for my mom. My screams were so loud that they seemed to fill the space, and suddenly, I could see the room again. The childlike shadow was tugging at my feet, trying to drag me away. My mother, hearing my screams, rushed to turn on the light. She saw my shirt pulling away from my chest, as if something invisible had grabbed it. All I could do was scream and flail my arms, trying to fight off the shadows. My parents hugged me, telling me everything would be okay, but they couldn't see what I was seeing. At this point, my sister told a coworker about what was happening. The coworker mentioned she knew a psychic and would ask for help. Hours later, the psychic called back, saying she couldn't help because whatever was in our house was too powerful. That confirmation shook all of us. What baffled me was that during the day, I felt completely fine. I could go out with friends and feel normal, but every night the terror would return. This went on for over 2 months. The last night I slept in my parents' room was the worst. My mom kept a lamp on, hoping it would help, and I stayed awake, watching the clock. At around 2:40 a.m., I got up, too scared to lie down. My mom stayed awake with me. By 3 a.m., we both heard footsteps creaking toward the room. I asked my mom if she could hear it, and she said yes. I pointed my cross necklace toward the door, and we saw a shadow moving under it, as if it couldn't come inside. After some time, the shadow disappeared, and my mom told me to try to get some rest. Reluctantly, I lay down. Almost immediately, something knocked 3 times on the dresser by my feet. I shot up, and my dad sat up in bed too. That's when I saw it, a tall, black figure with a long tail walking right by me. I screamed in terror and leaped into my father's arms. Strangely, it felt like I flew into his arms, and even my mom asked how it was possible. Eventually, a friend introduced me to a man who practiced Ifa, a West African religion. The man confirmed everything I had experienced without me even telling him. He described the tall black shadow and said it had been following me. He performed a ritual with rocks, marbles, and a wooden plate, prayed over me, and gave me advice to pray, change my bad habits, and become a better person. After the ritual, I slept peacefully for the first time in months. But the peace didn't last. I started seeing shadows again, moving on the walls of my room, even with the lights on. It's now August 2014, and I still can't sleep at night. I keep the lights on because the shadows terrify me, and the fear hasn't gone away. I just want to sleep through the night and live a normal life again. I used to stay in the main building of 4 Chesil's Court, located in the Canongate area of Edinburgh. I lived there for 3.5 years, starting in 1985. Chesil's Court is tucked away through arches off the Royal Mile in Edinburgh's Old Town. The buildings that make up the court were constructed about 300 years ago, but the site itself has been built on for centuries, with old closes and narrow streets surrounding it. One night, I woke up around 1:30 a.m. and got up to get a drink of water. After climbing back into bed, I suddenly heard my landlady's dog growling and scratching at my door, trying to get in. At that exact moment, something, or someone, came through the wall right beside my bed. I could feel it pressing down on the blankets as it climbed over me. Whatever it was, it felt solid and deliberate. The entire experience lasted what felt like forever but was probably about 2 minutes. The dog kept growling at the door the whole time. It was pitch dark, and I was frozen in fear, completely unable to move. As I lay there, my mind raced. I thought, if I sit up suddenly, what will happen? Would I come face to face with something I couldn't see because of the darkness? Or worse, would it just pass through me? That thought terrified me even more. I stayed absolutely still, waiting for it to finish. Once it reached the other side of my bed and climbed off, the dog immediately stopped growling and returned to her bed. A few moments later, I mustered the courage to get up. I turned on the light and searched the room and even looked out the window. There was nothing to be found. The next day, I told my landlady about what had happened. Strangely, she said she hadn't heard a thing, which was odd because her dog usually slept outside her room. Any other night, if the dog got up for any reason, she would always wake up. But not that night. A short time later, a gentleman from the floor below came by and mentioned how much Chesil's court had changed over the 40 years he had lived there. Curious, I asked what he meant. He told me that years ago, he used to visit an old lady who lived in my flat. He explained that the bathroom and kitchen had been swapped, and that the door to my bedroom used to be at the opposite end of the room, right where my bed now stood. I asked him to show me exactly where the old door used to be. When he pointed to the spot, it gave me chills. That was exactly where the entity had come through the wall. It's a well-known belief that if a door has been moved or bricked up, a ghost will often continue to pass through where the door once stood, as if the change in the structure doesn't matter to them. When my landlady's daughter came to visit, I told her what had happened. She just laughed and said, "Told you the court was haunted." She had grown up there, and was well aware of the stories. Other people in the court have also mentioned seeing ghosts over the years, but during the time I lived there, this was the only encounter I ever had. Even so, it's something I'll never forget. We were from different majors, but we met through a minor subject we both enrolled in. He had a mild personality, the type of person who was easy to get along with and preferred listening over talking. Let's call him Kent. For the final exam in that subject, we had to perform a stage play and would be graded based on our performance. The play ran late into the evening, so Kent and I decided to walk back to our respective boarding houses together. The road was dark and eerie, and our conversation naturally drifted toward the topic of ghosts. Kent told me he had never seen a ghost or experienced anything paranormal, but he did share something that had happened to him once, a story that left him baffled. I'm sharing his story because, after recently reading about encounters with so-called angels, it reminded me of Kent. He told me this experience about 8 years ago, so I may have forgotten some details, but the core of his story has stuck with me. It happened to him when he was in elementary school, back in his hometown of Tagum City. Here's how he told it. One night, Kent woke up suddenly, as though something had pulled him out of his sleep. He couldn't understand why he was so aware. He said he knew he was awake, but he couldn't move, almost as if he were tightly bound. He also felt a strong sense that he wasn't alone in the room. It sounded like sleep paralysis, but what happened next made it unforgettable. He saw fire erupt around his bed, but not normal fire. The flames were black. He panicked, unable to comprehend how black flames could be burning inside his room. Paralyzed, he could only watch the strange fire surrounding him. He desperately wished to wake up, hoping it was all just a dream. Then, suddenly, he noticed a boy standing beside him. Kent was terrified yet curious. Who was this boy? Where had he come from? The boy seemed to be about Kent's age, with glowing fair skin and golden hair. Unfortunately, I can't remember the details about the boy's eyes, and I've lost contact with Kent, so I can't confirm. The boy didn't acknowledge Kent but appeared focused on something else. He was holding a bow and shooting flashes of light, not at the flames but at a specific corner of the room. Kent watched as the boy repeatedly fired these bursts of light at the corner, as though aiming at something unseen. Then, something, Kent didn't say what, hit the boy. The boy tumbled backward, disappearing through the wall, leaving Kent alone with the fire. Kent didn't share many details about how the ordeal ended, but he said that it was the only time he ever experienced anything like that. After that night, he never woke up feeling paralyzed or surrounded by black fire again. He also no longer felt the unsettling presence in his room. Of course, one might dismiss this as a dream or the imagination of a child, but as we walked along the road that night, I could see the bewildered look on Kent's face. It was clear that even years later, he was still trying to make sense of what had happened. He seemed deep in thought, almost reliving the moment as he spoke. He shook his head repeatedly, as if debating with himself whether it was real or just a dream. Kent never said the boy was an angel, and he didn't mention anything about wings. But hearing his story and others like it has made me wonder. Could these beings, angels, guardians, or guides, truly exist? I grew up in a society where angels were believed to be real, unseen but always present. It was something we accepted without question. But only recently have I started considering their existence on a personal level. It all began in the summer of 2008, during my time as a college student working as a dorm counselor for a pre-college summer program. Being a dorm counselor can be rewarding, but it's also hectic, especially if the program is poorly organized or if the students don't want to be there. One night, I found out that one of my students had left without permission. It was late when I called her parents, only to learn she was already at home. They had picked her up earlier without checking her out of the program. Her parents weren't happy about the late-night call and demanded a meeting with the program director. The situation left me upset, so I called a friend, another counselor working on a different floor, to vent. While we were talking, she suddenly interrupted me and asked, "Is that your student?" I turned to look but only saw a door at the end of the hallway closing. Without saying a word, we both ran to investigate. She took the stairs down, while I went up. I checked the upper floors, but none of the counselors had seen anyone leave their rooms. My friend also found nothing, despite describing the girl as having medium to dark skin and a white towel wrapped around her hair. When we brought it up at a meeting later, no one knew who or what we had seen. That same night, another girl was rushed to the hospital after her hairspray bottle fell and sprayed into her eye. Since her counselor had to go with her, I was asked to do nighttime rounds. This meant walking floor to floor with another counselor, ensuring all students stayed in their rooms. By 2 a.m. we finished, and I returned to my room, exhausted. I fell asleep quickly. At around 6 a.m., I woke to the sound of someone shuffling their feet across my floor. Half asleep, I tried to turn toward the door, but I felt a heavy force pin me down. I couldn't move. My mind raced as I desperately tried to will myself to move, speak, or even wiggle a finger, but whatever held me down was incredibly strong. Then I heard it, a laugh. It was a girl's voice, maybe around college age or younger, and she was enjoying my fear. She even taunted me, daring me to open my eyes and look at her. Terrified, I refused and prayed silently. After what felt like an eternity, the pressure lifted, and I was able to move. Shaken, I got out of bed and told my friend what had happened. She said she also woke around the same time to a similar sound in her room but didn't see anything. For the next few nights, we alternated sleeping in each other's rooms. Most nights, we weren't disturbed, but one afternoon, we decided to nap in my room while the students were in class. A third counselor joined us. Later, she told us she had a strange dream during the nap. A girl came into the room, demanding she move away from me. She woke up halfway off the bed, unsettled by the experience. I called my mom to tell her what was happening. She instructed me to find a branch, sweep my room with it while saying, "This is not your place, please leave," and then throw the branch outside. I did this for both my room and my friends. By then, the camp was nearing its end, and I moved back home afterward. However, Whatever had been in the dorms seemed to follow me home. At night, I began experiencing sleep paralysis again, always the same presence. When I wasn't paralyzed, I would have vivid nightmares. In these dreams, a friend would appear, but over time, I would realize they weren't human. No one else could see them, and they would become possessive, refusing to let me leave their side. These dreams always ended with me trying to escape, only to wake up in fear. I became increasingly sleep-deprived, terrified of both the paralysis and the nightmares. Finally, my parents called a shaman to perform a ritual. The shaman asked the spirit to leave, and after the ritual, I was finally able to sleep peacefully again. But the entity wasn't entirely gone. In 2011, while I was abroad, my sister began sleeping in my bed. She didn't experience paralysis, but she frequently dreamt of a girl coming to the house, asking for me. My parents performed another ritual, and since then, there has been peace. I pray it stays this way. Even now, I think about the entity and how it attached itself to me. I can't fully explain it, but I'm grateful it no longer disturbs me. Sharing this story has helped me process what happened, and I hope it might resonate with others who've had similar experiences. I'm not entirely sure where to start with this. I can't recall exactly when this shadow started following me, or even the first time I saw it, perhaps due to the dissociation I experienced as part of a psychological disorder I've struggled with for years. The earliest experience I can remember happened when I was 14. We lived in the housing projects of my hometown. My mother was often gone, and my little brother and sister were at their father's for the weekend. I was cleaning my sister's room, picking up toys and changing her bed sheets, when I suddenly felt incredibly drowsy. I sat on her bed, and before I knew it, I was asleep. I woke up abruptly to the feeling of the mattress shaking. As I opened my eyes, I saw a shadowy figure in my peripheral vision. The mattress then hit the floor and slid halfway across the room with me still on it. Another experience occurred when I was 16. I lived in the basement of our house, which was like a small apartment with 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, and a living room. I was folding laundry with the basket on an old table in my room. Every time I turned away, I felt as if someone was watching me, moving closer. As I took the last item to my closet, the basket was thrown with force and hit me in the hip. Terrified, I ran upstairs and told my grandmother, who had custody of me at the time. She brushed it off and later told my brother that it happened because of my lack of faith in God. At 17, I had another encounter while sitting at my desktop late at night. The house was completely dark except for the glow of the computer screen. I started feeling like someone was watching me, and then I felt an icy breath on my shoulder. Moments later, the computer shut off abruptly, and the house was engulfed in silence. That was enough for me. I locked myself in my bedroom for the rest of the night. When I was still 17, I moved into an apartment across town with my husband. He was fascinated by the paranormal and even had friends on an investigative team. Our apartment had once been part of an old funeral parlor, but they found little evidence of activity. Yet, a few months after moving in, I woke up one night and saw a black mist gathering in the far corner of the ceiling. I thought I heard faint whispers. Shaken, I woke my husband, but he saw nothing. At 18, after we had moved to a new apartment, my little brother spent the night. My husband often stayed at his mother's house, so my brother and I shared my bed. One night, I woke up feeling as though something was crushing me, pinning me down. A shadowy figure was on top of me, its mouth open, revealing razor-sharp teeth. It let out a screech, and I could feel its breath on my face. Then it vanished. Later that night, I woke to find my brother gasping and struggling. He cried, telling me the same figure had been holding him down. Years later, at 20, I moved back to my grandmother's house. On May 16, 2011, I saw the shadow standing near her bed. On May 17, my family and I heard weeping throughout the house. On May 18, my grandmother became aggressive, and on May 19, she passed away from a narcotics overdose. After her death, the shadow appeared more frequently, whispering to me, urging me to end my life. Months later, I attempted suicide but was found in time by my best friend and her mother. Things calmed down until my best friend became my girlfriend and moved in with me. Strange activity began again, tapping on doors, the trash can flipping over, doors opening, and hearing our names called at night. Then one night, all the doors in the house burst open, and we heard heavy footsteps everywhere. The police found no intruders. When I was 25, my wife and I moved into her old family home, built in the 1800s. Everything seemed fine at first, though her family warned me about paranormal activity in the house. In September 2015, I woke up 3 nights in a row to the feeling of being stared at and held down, hearing whispers. My wife even witnessed one of these nights. Doctors, psychiatrists, and counselors have tried to explain my experiences as sleep paralysis or psychological issues. But I don't believe that's the case. Others around me have experienced the same things. I try not to acknowledge the shadow now, but its presence still fills me with fear. I'm not sure how long it's been following me, but I know it's real. About 4 months ago, I had an experience that I still can't fully explain. It was late at night, around 1 a.m., and I was texting with my boyfriend because I couldn't sleep. We stayed up talking until it got pretty late. By 3:30 a.m. I told him I was getting sleepy but wasn't planning on going to bed just yet. I was fighting to stay awake but ended up dozing off without even realizing it. Somewhere between 4:15 a.m. and 4:27 a.m., I fell asleep for just a few minutes. During that brief time, something happened that I'd never experienced before. I had my phone plugged in on the charger, resting near my right shoulder. Suddenly, I felt a heavy weight pressing down on my stomach and legs. At the same time, it felt like something was holding my arms and fingers against the bed. I couldn't move. I don't know if my eyes were open or closed, but everything around me was pitch dark. I tried moving my fingers, but it was impossible. I wanted to call out for my mom, but I couldn't speak. I could only feel my breathing, which was fast and shallow, as if I was suffocating. The weight on me felt like it lasted forever, even though it was probably only moments. Then, all at once, I could move again. My heart was racing like I had just run a marathon. The moment I could, I grabbed my phone and started texting my boyfriend, telling him what had happened. He told me it might have been "KSC me subió el muerto," which translates to "a dead spirit was on top of me." I wasn't sure what to think, so I googled it. That's when I found a lot of results explaining something called sleep paralysis. I read that it happens when your body is exhausted, but your brain stays awake. It explained how your body stops functioning while your mind remains active, which sounded exactly like what I had experienced. My boyfriend then sent me a YouTube video explaining sleep paralysis. In the video, a woman is lying on her bed, sound asleep, when her bedroom door slowly opens. A bright light shines through as something enters. It's a demon with blood-red eyes. It walks to the end of her bed, climbs up, and sits on her. The imagery was terrifying. At 4:45 a.m., he texted me again, telling me not to watch the video because it would scare me even more. But by then, I had already seen the part with the demon, and it left me feeling even more unsettled. I turned off the video, and my boyfriend immediately FaceTimed me to make sure I didn't feel alone or scared. It was my first time experiencing sleep paralysis, and I was terrified. He reassured me that everything would be okay and explained that I probably experienced it because I was so tired and had been forcing myself to stay awake. About 23 years ago, I experienced something I'll never forget. It was late at night, and I was asleep in bed with my 2-year-old daughter at our home in Texas. The house was dark and silent, and we were alone. I woke up suddenly, feeling as though something had entered me, a force or entity that I can't explain. I didn't feel it enter, but when I woke, I was completely frozen. I couldn't move any part of my body, not even slightly. I was lying on my back, which was unusual for me, and I could see everything around me, but no matter how much I tried, I couldn't budge. It felt like being electrocuted, with powerful energy pulsating through my entire body. I was vulnerable, trapped in this state for what felt like 1 to 2 minutes. The entity seemed to toy with me, as though it was feeding on my attempts to fight back. Finally, I gave up struggling. That's when the most disturbing part began. Irrational, sickening thoughts started to flood my mind. I was consumed by the thought of crawling to the other side of the bed where my daughter lay sleeping. These weren't my own thoughts, and I felt powerless to stop them. Before I knew it, my body was acting on its own. I got down on the floor, hunched over like an animal, and started creeping toward her side of the bed. I couldn't control my movements or stop the grotesque urges in my mind. As I approached her, the most horrifying thought entered my head. I wanted to bite her hand. I reached for her tiny arm, desperate to stop myself. I begged and pleaded internally for this force to let me go, to spare my daughter, but it felt useless. Minutes passed, and I was still holding her small fist near my lips, unable to break free from this monstrous control. Just as I was about to act on the grotesque urge, I summoned all my strength and yelled out, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ!" The voice that came out of me wasn't my own. It was deep, demonic, and horrifying. But the moment I said those words, the force let go of me. Suddenly, I was back in my bed, wrapped in my blankets, staring at the ceiling and gasping for air. I could feel the entity leaving my body. It moved slowly, inch by inch, from my head to my chest, down my legs, and finally out through my toes. The sensation lasted 30 to 40 seconds, and as it left, I could see it. The entity took the form of a thin, dark, smoky fog, about 3 feet wide and 4 to 5 feet long. It moved with purpose, as though it was being driven or commanded to leave. I watched as it slid beneath my blankets, came out at the foot of the bed, and climbed up the red curtains near my window. It disappeared out of the top of the window frame. I lay there paralyzed in fear, unsure if it would return. Every second felt like an eternity. Eventually, daylight came, and my nerves settled enough for me to get up. The dark force never returned, thank God. That was the only experience of its kind in my 46 years of life. I've often wondered why it happened. At the time, I was a new Christian, only about 4 months into my faith. Maybe I was being tested. Or maybe the demon was preying on what it saw as a vulnerable soul. I'll never truly know its motive. What I do know is that Jesus protected me that night. His name was the only thing that gave me the strength to fight back. Since then, I've never doubted the existence of demons or the spiritual battles happening around us. My goal isn't to turn this into a religious debate, but simply to share my experience. I believe demons are real, and I believe they test us in ways we may never fully understand. I pray none of you ever have to endure something so terrifying. I was born and raised in Baguio City, moving from one house to another for various reasons, whether it was proximity to work or renovations. Despite this, I've always felt at home in the city, even though we never owned a house here. One particular house we moved into still haunts me to this day. I'm a single parent with 3 kids, so my mom and dad lived with us to help look after them while I worked night shifts at a web design company. The house was a 5-floor apartment, with each floor having 3 units. What was unusual about this building was that the top floor was level with the road, and you had to walk down a long staircase to reach the lower floors. Our unit was on the very bottom floor, the first door on the left. The apartment was dimly lit and had only 2 bedrooms. My parents took the room near the living room, while my kids and I stayed in the room closer to the kitchen and bathroom. Neither room had windows to the outside, only small ones at the top of the doors for ventilation. While the lack of light might bother some, I didn't mind. I worked graveyard shifts, so a dark room helped me sleep during the day. But things started to feel off just a few days after moving in. The first incident happened one night as I was getting ready for work. It was around 10 p.m., and everyone was asleep. I was sitting on the edge of my bed, putting on makeup, with the door open. From my spot, I could see the living room clearly. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a little girl in a white dress run from my parents' room to the corner of the living room. disappearing behind the sofa. I froze, knowing exactly what I had seen, but I didn't have the courage to investigate. As I walked out to leave for work, I glanced behind the sofa. Nothing was there. I tried to shrug it off and move on. A few days later, my older brother visited and stayed the night. Since there were only 2 bedrooms, he slept on the sofa. The next morning, he told me he'd had a strange dream about a little girl in a white dress running around the living room. She stopped at the edge of the sofa and just stared at him. Hearing this made my stomach drop. It was the same girl I had seen. When I shared this with my mom and eldest son, they admitted to having seen the same figure too. At first, I wasn't too bothered by it. The girl never seemed harmful, so I chose not to say much about it, especially to avoid scaring the kids. But then something happened that shook me to my core. One morning after my shift, I had breakfast with my kids before they went to school and then went to bed. As I lay down, I noticed the room felt unusually cold, even colder than usual for Baguio City, which is naturally cool because of its location in the mountains. I tried to ignore it and fell asleep. I woke up to the sensation of a cold hand gripping my foot. Startled, I looked toward the end of my bed and saw a woman standing in front of the built-in cabinet. She wore a long black dress, and her hair was so long it almost touched the floor. The dim light from the kitchen seeped through the small window above the door, giving me just enough visibility to see her face. She was smiling, a sinister, eerie smile that sent chills down my spine. Before I could process what was happening, she suddenly lunged at me, sitting on my waist with her face inches from mine. I tried to scream for my nephew, whose voice I had heard in the living room earlier, but all that came out was a muffled moan. I couldn't move. My body felt completely paralyzed. I struggled internally, begging to break free, until finally, I managed to move my feet. The moment I did, I woke up. I shot upright in bed, my heart racing. The room was empty, but the coldness lingered. I got up to get a glass of water, and sure enough, my nephew was in the living room, chatting with my parents. I didn't tell them what had happened. We eventually moved to a brighter, nicer home, but I'll never forget that apartment. That experience wasn't a one-time thing. It happened several times while we lived there. I'd never experienced sleep paralysis before moving into that place, and I still don't fully understand what happened to me. I kept my bedroom door open after that, hoping it would help, but the fear stayed with me. Even now, years later, it remains the most terrifying experience of my life. In the summer of 2006, I was a Lance Corporal in the United States Marine Corps, stationed at Marine Corps Base Camp Lejeune, NC. My wife and I lived in Tarawa Terrace 2 base housing, in a small 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom apartment built in 1942 during World War II. The housing was remodeled and well-maintained but still showed its age. The layout consisted of 5 conjoined units forming a square C, with a mirrored housing section across the parking lot. Our unit was next on the list for demolition, though that didn't happen while we lived there. At the time, I was preparing for a pre-deployment training exercise CX in the Mojave Desert. My wife decided to visit her family while I was away for a month, leaving me alone in the house. One evening after a long day of training in the humid North Carolina heat, I got home and followed my usual routine, a shower and dinner. While in the shower, I thought I saw a shadow shaped like a person through the curtain. The bathroom seemed to grow darker. I pulled the curtain aside, but there was nothing there. The lighting returned to normal. Tired and drained, I chalked it up to exhaustion and carried on. I decided to order pizza instead of cooking. While waiting, I sat on the couch, turned on the TV, and quickly dozed off. In the short time I was asleep, I had a vivid, disturbing dream. A dark shadow figure was chasing me, extinguishing every light in its path. I ran from room to room in my house, then out the front door into what became my childhood home. I passed through another door, finding myself in a hotel. No matter where I went, the shadow consumed the light, always chasing me. Finally, I was outside, running from one streetlight to another, desperate to stay in the light. Just as it felt like the shadow would catch me, The doorbell rang, waking me up. It was the pizza delivery guy. The dream, though brief, felt like it lasted hours. As I ate, I reflected on it, and the strange shadow in the bathroom earlier. I dismissed it as a coincidence, finished my pizza, and went to bed. I turned on a DVD of MASH * to play in the background and fell asleep before the first episode ended. Hours later, something woke me up. I was lying on my left side, facing the bedroom door, when I caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure moving past the doorway. I checked the clock. It was 3:17 a.m. A deep sense of dread washed over me, unlike anything I'd ever felt. My body felt nauseous, and I thought I might vomit. Despite the fear, I decided to investigate. As I began to sit up, I was violently slammed back onto the bed. My eyes shut tight, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't open them. I felt paralyzed, my arms and legs pinned down in an outstretched X position. It felt like 4 entities, one on each limb, were holding me down. I could sense their presence, though I couldn't see them. My attempts to scream or move were futile. The terror was overwhelming. I tried to command the entities to leave, calling on the name of Jesus Christ, but my words came out garbled, like baby babble. My thoughts were scattered. I realized I couldn't even form a proper prayer in my head. Then I felt a new presence enter the room, one with authority over the others. Though I couldn't see it, I sensed it was scanning me, moving methodically from my feet to my head, as though inspecting me. Its face felt animalistic, like a lion or a beast, and it radiated power. When it reached my face, it stopped and stared for what felt like an eternity before moving back down to my stomach. Summoning every ounce of strength, I tried again to command it to leave. This time, I managed to form the words. "In the name of Jesus Christ, I command you to leave!" As soon as I said it, the entities released me. I shot upright in bed, nearly flinging myself off. Overcome with emotion, I shouted again. "In the name of Jesus Christ, I command you to leave!" Then I bolted out of my bedroom, down the hall, and into the parking lot. I needed to call my dad but realized I'd left my phone inside. Gathering my courage, I ran back in, turning on every light as I went. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand and ran back out, still shaken. When I called my dad at 3:30 a.m., he immediately asked what was wrong. Through tears, I told him, "Dad, I was attacked." When he asked by whom, I said, "A spirit. A ghost, something." He was silent for a moment before asking if I had somewhere safe to go. I called my corporal, Jake, who came to pick me up. He let me crash at his house and even went back to my place to grab my essentials because I couldn't bring myself to re-enter the house. When my wife returned, I told her what had happened. She revealed that she'd also had unsettling experiences in the house. On multiple occasions, while showering, she thought she saw a shadow through the curtain. She assumed it was me sneaking in for a playful kiss but found no one there. After hearing my story, she became terrified. We eventually decided to move off base. Years later, I learned about sleep paralysis and old hag syndrome. High stress and abnormal sleep patterns, common for Marines, are said to trigger it. While science offers this explanation, I can't shake the belief that what I experienced was something more sinister. I've never felt such terror before or since, and I hope I never do again. In the summer of 2006, my family received the devastating news of my maternal grandfather's passing after his battle with pancreatic cancer. This meant we had to make the 4-hour journey to Kuala Lumpur, KL, for his funeral. Since we were his next of kin, we needed to leave early to attend the evening wake, pack up his belongings, and participate in the church service. I was just 12 years old at the time. Our family was struggling financially, and even the tolls to cross state lines for the journey were difficult for us to manage. Staying in a hotel or motel was out of the question, so it didn't surprise me when we ended up staying at my grandfather's flat. I still remember my mother instructing my younger brother and me to stay silent about my grandfather's passing so the landlord wouldn't hear about it until the funeral was over. The first night at the flat was uneventful. My brother and I squabbled over some of Grandpa's belongings, as kids often do, while sorting through his things. We attended the first evening wake, settled into our sleeping arrangements, and drifted off without issue. My parents took the spare guest room, my brother slept on the living room couch, and I ended up in Grandpa's room. But everything changed on the second night. We returned to the flat at around 11 p.m. after the final evening wake. We quickly settled into our usual spots, and though I was physically and emotionally drained, I couldn't fall asleep. I lay in bed, staring at the shadows cast by the streetlights outside. The minutes ticked by in silence until I heard the creak of the door opening. I saw a figure standing in the doorway. At first I thought it might be one of my parents checking on me, as they often did. But confusion set in when the figure entered the room and approached the bed. My parents never ventured beyond the doorframe. What struck me as most unsettling was how the streetlight's glow never illuminated this figure. I couldn't make out any features at all. It was as if it were made of pure darkness, so solid that it swallowed the light around it. I froze in place, fear creeping into my chest as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. The figure had no discernible face, no clothes, no hair, just an unnatural pitch-black silhouette. My instincts screamed at me that something wasn't right. I thought about screaming for help but couldn't bring myself to do it. Instead, I began to silently recite the Hail Mary and Our Father in Heaven, hoping the prayers would make it leave. But my prayers only seemed to draw it closer. The figure leaned over the bed until its face, if it even had one, was mere inches from mine. My fear was so overwhelming that it took everything I had to keep from whimpering. Even at that proximity, it remained a solid void, featureless and impossible. I couldn't explain it, but I knew deep in my gut that if it touched me, something terrible would happen, something that would corrupt me in ways I couldn't fathom. I remembered a story my paternal grandmother once told me about unclean spirits following mourners home. She had also shared a way to seek mercy from these entities. I began pleading silently, explaining that I didn't mean to intrude, that I was only staying the night before the funeral, and that I would leave in the morning and never return. I begged it to leave me in peace and apologized if I had offended it somehow. After a long, tense moment, the figure straightened and withdrew from the bed. It moved toward the door and disappeared into the hallway, leaving the door ajar. I didn't dare get up to close it. I was shaken, my body frozen in fear. That night I barely slept. The next morning, I asked my parents if either of them had come to check on me during the night. As I expected, they both said no, they had been too exhausted and slept through the night. I didn't tell them what had happened. Instead, I eagerly packed my bags and couldn't wait to leave the flat behind. The experience stayed with me. Throughout my teenage years, I had recurring nightmares of being chased by shadow figures, their hands trying to grab and drag me into darkness. In one dream, they killed me because I wouldn't let them harm a friend. In another, they controlled a significant other, forcing him to assault and strangle me. These dreams haunted me until I was 16. Thankfully, by the time I turned 23, they had stopped entirely. To this day, I don't know what I encountered in that room. Some friends suggested it might have been my grandfather's spirit visiting me, but I can't believe he would want to terrify me like that. Others speculated that I had attracted something unclean or malicious. Whatever it was, the memory of that night remains vivid and unsettling. It's a mystery I'll never forget. It's been a while since I've had nightmares every single night, but I can still count the instances in the past few years when dark dreams left me emotionally drained for the entire morning after waking up. They've been rare, but when they come, they hit hard. I think these nightmares have roots in the struggles I endured during my childhood, relentless bullying until 9th grade, being diagnosed with PCOS at just 14, dealing with a negative body image, obesity, weight issues, migraines, and a family dynamic that wasn't the healthiest. These experiences stayed with me, shaping the way I viewed myself and my world. One memory that still haunts me is a vague but disturbing recollection from my childhood. I was asleep, or at least I think I was, when I felt a heavy weight pressing down on my chest and shoulders. It felt like someone was lifting me by the waist. I couldn't move or open my eyes, no matter how much I tried. I told my mother later that the giant king was trying to take me. She said I fell back asleep after saying this, but that memory still lingers as a strange and unsettling moment. There's another incident from my early years that I can never forget, one that shaped the way I viewed certain places and people. It happened during a visit to a relative's house in Kolkata. I was very young at the time, but I vividly remember the touches, an older man doing things he shouldn't have. I don't recall his face, only the overwhelming discomfort and fear. After that, I avoided the city as much as possible. Even when I had to go there during summer breaks, being around male relatives gave me headaches. Sleep issues started around this time, and the city became a place I dreaded. My experiences with sleep paralysis began sometime around 9th grade. I remember one night vividly. I felt an unbearable pressure on my chest, and it seemed to creep behind my neck, rendering me immobile. I couldn't move or escape the sensation. The fear was overwhelming, and I told my father firmly the next morning that I wouldn't go back to Kolkata. I didn't explain why. Over time, I became increasingly sensitive to touch and attention, even the kind gestures of relatives and friends. Being babied, or even patted on the cheek felt suffocating. Later in life, I had more incidents, especially during my 4 years in Canada. These episodes always seemed to coincide with stress. I remember being in a toxic relationship with a man 15 years older than me, ignoring red flags early on. The relationship left me with anxiety, nightmares, and a constant sense of unease. During this period, I had nightly dreams of being chased by dark, shadowy figures. My physical health suffered too. I developed GERD, my sleep quality plummeted, and the nightmares became increasingly vivid. I began seeing grotesque, demonic forms in my dreams. One of the scariest incidents happened while I was living in Victoria, Canada. It was a warm night, but I remember shivering as I walked along Verdier Avenue in Brentwood Bay to a resort where I worked the night shift. The street was dark, and I had the unsettling feeling of being followed. A pit bull, known for barking at people passing a certain stretch of the street, started barking aggressively, not at me, but at something behind me. When I turned, I saw a shadowy figure. The dog went into full attack mode, running toward the figure, but then the figure disappeared right in front of me. The dog stopped, confused, and just stared in the direction where the figure had vanished. A woman appeared and shooed the dog away, but I was left shaken. The fear from that encounter lingered. When I got home the next morning, I fell into an exhaustion-fueled sleep that lasted over 35 hours, something I'd never done before. During that time, I had a vivid and terrifying dream. I saw a Victorian-era house with a hidden basement. I was pushed through a padlocked iron door into an underground room. Inside was a green, slimy demon with horns, boils, and scales. Its black eyes stared at me with a piercing gaze, as if it were looking into my soul and thoughts. For the first time in a dream, I felt a primal, physical fear. When I woke up, I couldn't move or speak. I tried screaming for my brother, but no sound came out. It was all in my head. Tears streamed down my face, and I was frozen in place, terrified. Over the years, I've experienced many sleep paralysis episodes and nightmares, but that one stood out. The fear was unlike anything I'd felt before. Even now, I can recall the demon's gaze as if I had just woken from that dream. The most recent sleep paralysis incident happened just last afternoon. I'd been dealing with emotional turmoil for weeks, so perhaps that triggered it. I fell asleep for a short nap while working on an assignment. In that brief time, I felt someone sitting beside me. It was a female presence. I felt her hand touch my chest, move to my neck, and then slide down my spine. I couldn't wake up, but I could feel every sensation vividly. A loud bang jolted me awake, and my heart raced uncontrollably. Reflecting on these experiences, I feel a mix of relief and frustration. I've made progress in improving my mental and physical health, dropping unhealthy habits, eating better, and exercising. It's helped a lot. My sleep paralysis has mostly stopped. But the nightmares, when they come, are still cruel. They don't occur every night, but when they do, they leave me shaken and exhausted. When I was 15, I'm 30 now, but it feels like it happened yesterday. I had an experience that still gives me chills to this day. It was during a particularly rough time in my life. I felt lonely, desperate, and in need of help. Though I wasn't religious, I found myself turning to prayer. I sat in front of a small night table, where a Bible lay beside a lit candle, and I begged for a sign that God existed, some proof that I wasn't alone. After praying for what felt like ages, I blew out the candle and watched the dark smoke drift into the air. I got up to leave the room, but as I opened the door, something incredible happened. A soft, harmonious sound surrounded me, like the gentle rush of ocean waves. I felt a presence behind me, soft yet heavy, indescribable. I turned slightly, trying to look over my shoulder, but a gentle pressure pushed my face forward. It didn't hurt, nor was it cold or hot, it was just there. And then, out of nowhere, two basketball-sized orbs of flaming white light emerged from behind me, one on my right and one on my left. They moved swiftly, whooshing past me and lighting up the dark hallway ahead. As they sped down the hall, they left behind streaks of brilliant white light, like brushstrokes painted across the walls. The air stirred, and my hair flew wildly, but the wind wasn't cold or warm, just soft and indescribably comforting. The sound they made was like a gentle ocean breeze, harmonious and calming. I stood there, frozen in awe, watching the orbs until they reached the end of the hallway. That's when I heard my sister call out, "Eli?" At that exact moment, the orbs exploded into an all-encompassing burst of white light. It was brighter than anything I'd ever seen, like a camera flash, only much more intense. I couldn't see my hands, my body, or anything around me, just pure, radiant light. It was overwhelming yet peaceful, almost otherworldly. Then, as quickly as it had come, the light shrank and disappeared. My sister appeared in the doorway of the room across the hall, her face full of confusion. "What was that?" she asked. "I saw a bright light. What was that?" I was in shock, but knowing she had seen it too confirmed that it wasn't just my imagination. I nervously asked her to come into my room and shut the door. I told her everything that had just happened, how I had been praying for a sign and the incredible events that followed. As I spoke, I glanced back at the night table and froze. The candle was lit again. It was the sign I had asked for. When my mom got home, I told her what had happened. She, being deeply religious, was moved to tears. I shared my experience with a few people at church, but otherwise, I've kept it close to my heart. I'm not religious, and I don't consider myself a believer in organized religion. To me, religion feels more like a way to control people than a path to spiritual truth. Yet I can't deny what I experienced that night. It was beautiful, powerful, and undeniably supernatural. Whether it was God or something greater within ourselves, I don't know. I only know that it changed me forever. On August 12 or 13, 2004, I was out in my yard watching the Perseid meteor shower with friends and my children. We were in a rural community on the outskirts of Houston, Texas. The night was clear, and I wasn't drinking or using any drugs, just enjoying the show. After a few hours, the others went inside, leaving me alone in the quiet darkness of my front yard. The only light around me came from the kitchen, faintly visible through the drapes. Otherwise, it was pitch dark. As I stood there, something extraordinary happened. Out of nowhere, balls of light, orbs, as people often describe them, began to appear. They were about the size of softballs, some clear, others opaque, with shades in between. They swirled all around me, lighting up the yard. My first instinct was to assume something was wrong with my vision. I took off my glasses, thinking maybe there was moisture or smudges causing a visual effect, but the orbs remained. Then the thought hit me, was I hallucinating? Was this some kind of brain issue, like an aneurysm? But as I stood there, I saw the orbs weren't just floating, they were illuminating the outbuilding about 25 feet away from me. The lights danced on the walls as though 1,000 unseen children were playing with flashlights. I know how this sounds. Trust me, I've questioned my own sanity since that night. But I swear on my soul that this is exactly what happened. At the time, I was a practicing attorney, someone grounded in logic and facts. But this moment changed everything. Suddenly, I felt something I can barely describe. I knew that I was in the presence of God. Up until that point, I was a self-proclaimed agnostic, leaning toward lazy atheism. I'd always thought God was a human invention and that everything in life could be explained scientifically. But in that instant, I realized how wrong I had been. It wasn't just the realization, it was the feeling. I was enveloped in an overwhelming love, pure and infinite, radiating from this presence. It wasn't just love, it was everything: compassion, adoration, and understanding, all wrapped into one indescribable sensation. I stood there, ashamed of myself. I told God, who felt androgynous, neither male nor female, that they had made a mistake. I wasn't worthy of this love. I told them, "You've got the wrong person. You must be lost." I even said, "You're at the wrong house." Looking back, I can't believe I said that, but I felt so unworthy. Yet, in response, there was only patience, tenderness, and understanding. A voice, gentle yet profound, said to me, "I created you. I am you." Those words still resonate with me. God told me that I came from the stars, from out there, and that one day I would come home. They explained that I had once been part of all the love and light surrounding me and that I would return to it again someday. I felt an incredible connection to the orbs of light around me, as if they were part of that message. As I stood in awe, something fell through the branches of the oak tree behind me. I flinched, startled, probably because I had been watching meteors earlier, and instinctively ran inside. Only later did I realize it was likely just an acorn. I went back outside to look, but the lights were gone. That night was the turning point of my life. It wasn't the first unusual experience I'd had, but it was the first I couldn't dismiss as imagination or coincidence. It was real, and it left no room for doubt. Since that moment, I've experienced a series of strange, otherworldly events, but that night stands out as the most profound. I was forever changed. I gave up my career in law and much of the material life I'd built, homes, properties, and possessions, because none of it seemed to matter anymore. What I experienced that night was the most important event of my life, and I've spent every day since trying to understand it. Last Friday, I experienced something strange, one of the many odd occurrences in my life. After watching a movie, I went to bed around 1 a.m. Snow had started falling lightly outside, wet snow that melted as it touched the ground. I didn't think much of it and settled in for the night. Sometime later, I woke up feeling cold. Glancing at the bedside clock, I noticed it was off. The room was pitch dark, and even the night light in the ensuite bathroom was out. Realizing the power had gone out, I got up to check outside. The snow had gotten heavier, blanketing everything, but the entire neighborhood was dark, no streetlights, no lights from nearby houses. The snow's faint glow made it just bright enough for me to navigate the darkness. After a quick look around, I went back to bed, lying there and reflecting on how reliant we are on electricity. I wondered how long it had been out since the house was already getting chilly. As I lay there, something unusual happened. A strange bluish light began to glow from the hallway. There's nothing at that end of the hall except a large mirror on the wall, so I couldn't understand where the light was coming from. It grew brighter, almost like the glow of a TV in a dark room, then slowly faded and disappeared. At first, I thought it might be a reflection from across the street. My neighbor's truck was parked in his driveway, but his headlights were off, and his taillights, if they had been on, would have cast a red glow, not blue. Besides, the wood shutter blinds on our windows were closed, so no light could have gotten through from outside. Confused, I went downstairs to check, but there was no sign of anything that could explain the light. I couldn't shake how odd it was. The light had no clear source, it simply emerged, grew in intensity, and then vanished. It reminded me of the glow you might see when someone opens a door at the end of a hallway, allowing light to spill through, only to fade as the door closes. But there was no door there, just a mirror in the wall, and the hallway from my bedroom to the wall is only about 5 feet long. When I mentioned it to my husband the next day, he suggested it might have been the smoke alarm. But that didn't make sense either. Our smoke alarm is wired into the house's electrical system with no backup battery, so it wouldn't work during a power outage. And even if it did, why would it emit such a glowing light? His explanation didn't satisfy me. This isn't the first time I've had strange experiences involving lights in this house. About a month ago, I had another unsettling moment. I was working late on my computer when it started behaving oddly, opening and closing programs on its own. Concerned that someone might be hacking into my system, I checked everything, but there was no sign of interference. As I tried to make sense of it, the lights in my office began flickering. At first, I thought it might be the wind causing a power issue. It was a bit windy that night. But then the lights started to dim and brighten in a way I'd never seen before. It happened 3 times. I don't have a dimmer switch, and the bulb is a neon bulb, so there shouldn't have been any fluctuation like that. It felt as though someone, or something, was trying to get my attention. I could see the light switch from where I was sitting, and no one was in the room with me. To confirm, I went downstairs to ask my son, who was watching TV in the basement, if the lights down there had flickered. He said no, it was only in my office. I've never heard of a power surge affecting just one room. We've lived in this house for 16 years, and I've had strange things happen here since day one. My children have experienced odd occurrences too. My husband, of course, blames everything on the wind. But how does wind explain things happening inside the house with all the windows closed during winter? That bluish light from last Friday still puzzles me. It didn't feel like a typical power-related anomaly. It was so specific, like someone opening a door and allowing light to spill through before closing it again. But there was no door, no logical explanation for the glow. I've had a lot of strange experiences in my life, but one of the most memorable started about 7 years ago, and still affects me to this day. It all began in my hometown of Caucusville, Maryland, where I live in a house built in 1872. Our house is one of the few remaining from the village of Warren, a cotton milling town that was flooded in the 1920s to create Loch Raven Reservoir, Baltimore City's water supply. The history of this area has always fascinated me, but I never expected to find myself living in a ghost story. It all started when my friend Jill, an RN at Johns Hopkins Hospital, and I decided to go ghost hunting one night. We were bored and wanted to try something new, so we researched haunted sites in Maryland. We came across information about Rock State Park in Harford County, not far from us. Late one night, around 2 a.m., we drove there and parked near a bridge we had seen in photos online. As we sat in the car, I accidentally tapped the brake pedal, which illuminated the guardrail beside us. That's when we noticed waves of heat-like shadows moving past the car. The temperature suddenly dropped, and Jill said she felt like she was being shocked. Freaked out, we decided to leave. 2 weeks later, curiosity got the better of us, and we returned. This time, we noticed a sign we had missed before. The Grange Iron Works, circa 1732. Intrigued, we decided to investigate. As I backed the car into the driveway, downhill, no less, it felt like something was pushing against the car. I had to press the gas pedal harder than usual to move. Once we parked, the strange sensations began again. Both Jill and I felt cold, and this time, I also experienced the tingling, almost electrical feeling. Once again, we got scared and decided to leave. On the way home, I started noticing strange things. When cars passed us, I saw orbs in the upper right corner of the windshield, illuminated by their headlights. They were about the size of softballs, with squiggly inner circles and cloudy grayish centers. I pointed them out to Jill, which only made her more nervous. When I got home, I tried to relax. I left my stash of weed on top of my cigarette pack and went to bed. The next morning, it was gone. Assuming my friends Todd and Dennis had taken it, I called to confront them. But as I went to light a cigarette, I saw the stash exactly where I had left it, on top of the cigarette pack I'd already picked up and opened. It was as if it had reappeared on its own. Around the same time, my friend Ronnie was helping me with some renovation work in the house. One day, he made a glass of instant iced tea and left the can of mix on the counter. When he turned back to put it away, the can had mysteriously moved to the other side of the kitchen. It wasn't the only time something like this happened. Looking back, I think we might have brought something home from the Lagrange Iron Works. The foundry, which operated from 1732 until the early 1900s, likely saw its share of tragedy. Child labor was common back then, and I wouldn't be surprised if accidents claimed young lives. The orbs we saw on the bridge over the Gunpowder Falls might have been connected to those spirits. My theory is that a couple of these ghostly children followed us home. For weeks, strange things kept happening. I eventually announced out loud that I was going back to Rock State Park, and told the spirits to get into the car if they wanted to return home. My parents, girlfriend, and I made the trip back, opened the car door, and let them out. But I don't think they left. Instead, I believe they started bouncing between my parents' house and my girlfriend's house via our car. The activity still happens, though less frequently, or maybe we've just gotten used to it. The spirits don't seem malicious. In fact, they feel like playful children pulling harmless pranks. For instance, they often move our remotes or cordless phones, but instead of losing them, we find them neatly placed back on their chargers or on top of the devices they operate. I never leave phones on their bases or remotes on the equipment, but they end up there anyway. There's also an odd electrical issue at my parents' house. A specific outlet in the kitchen has a bizarre quirk. If no appliance is plugged into it, the microwave, on a completely different circuit, stops working. And then there's our new puppy, a miniature Shih Tzu named Dally. She frequently goes nuts for no apparent reason, barking at seemingly nothing. Whenever she acts up, something in the room seems to change. Objects move, or we find things out of place. Over time, I've come to appreciate our supernatural housemates. They're like mischievous family members who occasionally test our patience but never cause harm. My parents, on the other hand, aren't as accepting. They prefer the ghosts just go away. But for me, they've become part of life. Whether they're moving shoes, flickering lights, or spooking the puppy, they've made themselves at home, and honestly, I don't mind. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. During my time in the Navy, I experienced many unforgettable moments, but there are two that have stayed with me as the most helpless I've ever felt. In September 1994, I was stationed aboard the USS Connolly, DD-979. Our ship was the first American vessel sent to Haiti after a riot on the pier forced another ship, the Harlan County, to retreat. We patrolled just 1 to 3 miles off the coast, showing our presence during a time of extreme unrest in the country. One night during my midwatch from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., I noticed something strange around 2:30 a.m. As I looked toward the shore, I saw city blocks going completely dark. Large areas of light grids were being turned off, and chaos erupted. People were being attacked in their homes and on the streets. While watching, I suddenly saw 3 beams of light shoot into the sky. I asked others if they had seen it, but no one had. I started doubting myself, thinking it might have been my imagination, until we heard news reports from the island. Overnight, many people had been beaten for opposing the government, and 3 had been killed. One of the victims, a woman, had been placed in a pile of old tires, which were then set on fire. As I sat there, unable to do anything but follow orders to patrol, I thought about the beams of light I'd seen earlier. I realized I had witnessed the souls of those who had passed on, rising to a better place. All I could do was pray for them. Years later, in April 1999, I had another haunting experience while stationed aboard the USS Laboon, DDG-58. We had just finished gun qualifications at the Vieques Island firing range in Puerto Rico. After leaving the range, We could hear radio chatter from two jets making their bombing runs, but we soon turned off the frequency and headed out to sea. After my watch, I went out to the bridge wing to get some fresh air. As I looked at the island getting smaller in the distance, an urgent call came over the radio. Something had gone wrong. A 500-pound bomb had missed its target, exploding off range and damaging the main building. The site was requesting help, as they couldn't contact the main base at Roosevelt Roads, Puerto Rico. The transmissions that followed were chaotic and disorganized. A man on the radio mentioned broken windows and wind blowing through the building. Then his tone changed. He calmly said, "We need an ambulance. A guard is down. His leg is injured." Moments later, the same voice returned, sounding distant and distracted. "I hope someone on the ambulance has a smoke. I can't find mine." There was a pause before the voice came back, steady again. "Approach from the east side of the building. There's a fire on the west side, and it's getting close to the generator shack." We relayed the messages to Roosevelt Roads, trying to help as best we could. Then the voice returned, faltering. I think we've lost the guard. My ears are bleeding. Where are my smokes?" I looked back toward the island, where the range building would have been, though it wasn't visible from the sea. Suddenly, I saw a brilliant white light shoot up into the sky. I didn't question it. I just offered a prayer for the guard and his family. I knew his soul had moved on. Our captain turned the ship around immediately, heading back toward the range. If we'd had a helicopter on board, we could have sent aid faster. I think our captain even considered beaching the ship, but there wasn't much else we could do other than relay information and hope for the best. Those two moments, one in 1994 and the other in 1999, are etched in my memory. The hardest part wasn't the danger or the chaos. It was the helplessness. All I could do in both situations was pray for the people affected and hope they found peace. I've experienced paranormal events for as long as I can remember, starting when I was about 5 years old. My first memory of it was being physically held down by something I couldn't see. I was paralyzed, unable to move or speak, and even struggled to breathe. It felt like my body was sinking into the bed, as though countless hands were pushing down on me. That experience has stayed with me, and it has happened several times over the years. I've been terrified of the dark ever since. I often see full-body apparitions, though they don't have distinct features. Instead, they appear as outlines in shades of white, gray, or black. I see them more clearly in the dark than in the light, which is why I never sleep in complete darkness. I'm 24 now, but that fear has never left me. It's not just figures that I see. I've also seen mists floating in the air and balls of light dashing through rooms. One night, while working on a college paper around 2 a.m., I experienced something I still can't explain. Suddenly, I was surrounded by orbs of light, constantly shifting colors. They looked like the rainbow-like reflections you see on bubbles or oil, except they were actual lights. The display lasted only a minute or two, but it was beautiful and awe-inspiring. Not all my experiences are as pleasant. I've often woken up with the feeling of someone watching me. Once, I opened my eyes to find a black shadow leaning over me, its face inches from mine. I was so shocked I froze. The figure slowly straightened, then backed into my closet and disappeared. I was 16 or 17 at the time, and since that night, I've refused to sleep in the dark. I've become an insomniac because of these experiences. I even started working graveyard shifts just to escape the nights. On nights when I'm home, I struggle to fall asleep, terrified of what might happen. I've often felt paralyzed by an unseen force. Once, during college, it felt like something was trying to force itself on me. I managed to fight off the paralysis and keep my legs from moving, but I was terrified. I still don't fully understand what that was. When I'm paralyzed, it feels like I'm caught in a whirlwind or hurricane. There are times when I feel myself falling asleep, but I'm still awake, aware of everything around me. One time, I kept seeing a white figure moving around me, trying to get my attention. It would walk in front of the TV while I was watching. After a few days of no sleep, I finally yelled out, "If you have something to say, just say it!" Suddenly, I fell into a strange state, half asleep, half awake. I could hear my dad making coffee in the kitchen, but I couldn't move. A woman's voice started speaking to me, and I replied several times. I could feel my mouth moving, but my body was completely limp. When I came out of that state, I could only remember one thing she told me, something I was supposed to tell my father. Other experiences have been unsettling. I've heard someone call my name in the voices of my family members, even those who weren't home at the time. Sometimes, I feel a woman brushing my arm and whispering, "SHHH," as though she's trying to soothe me to sleep. Lately, I've been seeing more shadows, not just at home but also at work and in other people's houses. I've also noticed beams of light shooting down from above. At night, I sometimes feel like I'm battling something while in paralysis. It feels like I'm slowly being pulled out of my body, hovering above myself. I fight to stay grounded because the feeling terrifies me. Now, my daughter has started experiencing things too. 2 days ago, she told me she saw a shadow in the corner of her room with big ears. It scared her so much she ran to my mother's room for comfort. Yesterday, my mom said she woke up to a gentle tap on her shoulder, thinking one of my kids needed her, but there was no one there. I feel like I've attracted something, and it's following me, even affecting my family. When I first moved into this house, I sensed the presence of an older woman, but it felt peaceful and comforting. Now, the energy feels entirely different. I've wondered if I'm somehow causing this. Could I be creating a poltergeist without realizing it? I've read about how that can happen, but I don't know much about it. I also feel like I have no control over whatever abilities I might have. I occasionally have premonitions through dreams, but I don't dream as often anymore because I'm so restless. These events happened early one morning, all within the span of an hour, in my own home. Last week, my friend Kate stayed over, and we decided to sleep on the living room floor. Around 5 a.m., I woke up with a stuffy nose and went to the downstairs bathroom to grab some tissue. I turned the light on and left the door slightly ajar since I was planning to step back out immediately. As I was grabbing the tissue, I heard a man's voice say, "Hello?" It was quiet but commanding, with a husky tone, and it sounded like it was coming from just outside the door. Startled, I froze for a moment, thinking it might be one of my brothers or my dad, since most of my family struggles with insomnia. But the voice didn't sound like anyone in my family. Hesitantly, I replied, "Hello?" but got no answer. I stepped out of the bathroom and checked the hallway, the study next to the bathroom, and the kitchen opposite it. There was no one there. If anyone had been moving around, I would have heard them. The wooden floors and stairs in our house creak loudly, and they'd have had to pass me to go anywhere else. A chill crept over me, but I shook it off and returned to the living room, trying to convince myself it was nothing. As I lay back down on the floor, I looked at the wall about 3 meters in front of me. Suddenly, a small, bright orange light appeared, coming out of the wall. It moved slowly, about 30 centimeters to the right, before disappearing back into the wall. Just as I was trying to process what I had seen, 3 larger but dimmer white lights appeared on the ceiling. They moved quickly, one after the other, and disappeared into the same wall. Fear washed over me. My legs felt paralyzed, and I struggled to catch my breath, though I knew it was most likely because I was so frightened. Then came the strangest part. I felt an overwhelming presence of a man standing at the foot of my makeshift bed. I couldn't see anyone, but the feeling was so strong that I didn't dare move. As I lay there trying to calm myself, I began to hear a faint beeping sound. It reminded me of a heart monitor, but the rhythm was irregular. It would pause for a split second or go off pace before continuing. It wasn't a sound I recognized from any of the appliances in the house. It went on for ages, and I just lay there, terrified, trying to make sense of it all. Finally, at 6 a.m., I heard my dad's alarm clock go off upstairs. I immediately got up, went to my mum's room, and waited there until my dad left for work. Afterward, I moved to my brother's empty room to try to get some sleep. but I was so cold that I couldn't relax, even though everyone else in the house seemed to have no trouble sleeping. This chain of events all happened within an hour, but it left a lasting impression on me. My grandfather passed away a couple of years ago from lung cancer, which was completely unexpected. He spent his final weeks in a hospital bed, and although he was improving, he passed suddenly. I never got to visit him in the hospital, and I sometimes wonder if that was for the best. At least I don't have a memory of him like that. Every now and then, the entire room fills with the smell of tobacco. It's not like someone is actively smoking, it's much stronger, almost overwhelming. While it's a little unsettling, it's also oddly comforting. I'm convinced my grandfather checks in on me and my aunt, his daughter, from time to time. I've always believed in ghosts, and I used to see them frequently as a child in my old house. Back then, I blamed it on an overactive imagination, but after mornings like this, I'm not so sure anymore. My name is Rick, and I'm almost 40 years old now. Back when I was 18 or 19, I played guitar in a few southern gospel groups. These weren't big-name groups, just friends and family coming together to make music. At the time, the group I was playing with got an invitation to sing at a church in Nashville, about 800 miles from where we lived. I was excited because I'd never traveled that far to perform and didn't know what to expect. When we arrived, we were warmly welcomed and told that the church was hosting homecoming celebrations. 5 groups were scheduled to sing. It was mid-July, and the heat was unbearable. The church itself was an old house that had been converted into a worship space. I'd seen a few churches like that before. The building was nicely decorated, but one thing struck me as odd: all the windows were nailed shut. There was no air conditioning, not even a ceiling fan. The only open door was at the front entrance, but it didn't offer much relief from the heat. As the first group began singing, I noticed a cold draft around my ankles. At first, I didn't think much of it. But then, the lead singer stopped mid-song and shouted, "Where is that cold air coming from?" The room fell silent for a minute or two. Everyone looked around, confused, trying to figure out where the cold air could possibly be coming from. No one had an explanation. It was strange, but I still didn't think much of it. Back then, I didn't believe in ghosts or anything paranormal. I thought stories like that were just made up to scare people. If someone told me a ghost story, I'd listen, but I always doubted them. I'd think to myself, do they really expect me to believe that? I had never seen anything in my life to make me question whether the paranormal could be real, until that day. Our group was next to perform, and we were asked to get ready. We moved into a side room to grab our instruments, and waited to be introduced. While we stood there, something caught my eye in another side room directly across from us. I couldn't believe what I was seeing: a bright, white, neon-like light, hovering in midair. It was about the size of a Nerf football, shaped like a small comet with a rounded front and a tail that tapered off into a hazy point. As soon as I locked eyes on it, the light darted to the back of the room, shooting up to the farthest corner near the ceiling. Then, the door to that room slammed shut with a loud bang, and the door handle shook violently for 3 or 4 seconds before everything went still. I couldn't believe what I had just witnessed. I turned to look at the rest of my group, and their wide eyes and open mouths told me they had seen it too. No one needed to say a word. We all knew we just experienced the same thing. We were called out to the main area of the church to perform our set. The whole time we were singing, I was in a daze, replaying what I had just seen over and over in my mind. Even now, I still don't know what it was. It felt so real, so undeniable. There's no way I could ever convince myself it didn't happen. I just wish I knew what it was. When we went outside for lunch, we asked the people who had invited us if strange things like that happened often. They acted like they didn't know what we were talking about, but I wasn't convinced. That presence in the room was too strong to go unnoticed. Since that day, I've never experienced anything like it again, and honestly, I hope I never do. When I was 5, my parents and I took a trip to Yosemite with some family acquaintances. They had a daughter my age named Sarah. To put it kindly, Sarah was mischievous. She liked to lock people out of their rooms and make a mess of their things. She enjoyed slamming other kids' fingers in doors or pretending to see something scary just to frighten everyone, only to laugh at how scared they'd gotten. We didn't get along well, and even now, our relationship is civil but strained. At the time, though, my parents hadn't realized how much I disliked her and thought it was a good idea for Sarah, her older brother, and me to share a tent during the trip. One night, as we were sleeping, Sarah shook me awake. "What?" I yelled, annoyed. It was the middle of the night, and I was a tired little kid who didn't want to be bothered, especially not by Sarah. She pointed outside the tent. "Lights! There are lights outside," she said, sounding genuinely afraid for once. Still, by then, I had learned to doubt pretty much everything she said. "It's just a flashlight," I snapped. "Go away! I bet you're lying again." But Sarah wouldn't let it go. She grew increasingly agitated, insisting, "No! Go look!" Before I could argue further, she yanked me out of bed and shoved me toward the tent's entrance. To my surprise, she wasn't lying. About 50 feet away, in a field near our tent, I saw something I'll never forget. Floating above the grass were dozens of bright, colorful lights: orange, pink, blue, red, green, and more. Some were shaped like orbs, others like glowing bars. They moved in mesmerizing patterns, figure eights, jagged lightning-like paths, and spirals. Some spun rapidly, while others floated more slowly, gliding as low as a foot above the ground. They never collided, though they occasionally swirled around one another. I stood there, captivated. They were beautiful, calm, almost playful. I wanted to go out into the field and play with them. Excited, I ran to my parents' tent and begged them to come see. I told them I wanted to go to the field and play with the pretty lights. When they came outside, they could only see a few of the lights, while I could still see many. They brushed it off, telling me it was probably just some teenagers playing with glow sticks. Even as a kid, their explanation didn't feel right. Now that I'm older, I know it doesn't add up. A glow stick wouldn't have been bright enough to see from that distance, nor would it have been the right size or shape. And no human could move as quickly, smoothly, or precisely as those lights did. Recently, I ran into Sarah and asked if she remembered the trip and the lights. What she told me was strange. She said she'd been sound asleep, dreaming, when she suddenly felt herself getting warmer and brighter, as if light was shining directly on her face. She woke up and saw, through the thin material of the tent, a light floating right next to her head, as if waiting for her to notice it. When she got up to investigate, the light zipped away into the field. That's when she woke me up. Thinking back, I can't help but feel those lights were the spirits of children. They didn't feel threatening, just playful, like they were having fun together. I've often wondered what would have happened if I had gone into the field that night. Would the lights have vanished? Would they have revealed themselves as the children I thought they were? Or could they have been something far more sinister? My name is Brian, and I witnessed something I never thought I'd see, something I had only heard about before, but that changed my perspective on life. Back in December, my friend Ryan told me about an experience he had. He woke up in the middle of the night to find a green glowing light floating in his bathroom, about 10 feet from his bed. He said he was scared at first, hid from it, and told it to go away. To his surprise, it disappeared. The next day, he searched online and found a website about green orbs. He shared some of the facts he had read with me, but I didn't think much of it at the time. I believed him, but I never looked it up myself and soon forgot about it. 3 months later, I was hanging out with Ryan and some of our friends. I was the designated driver that night, and none of us were under the influence of anything. We got back to Ryan's house around 5 a.m., ready to crash for the night. While Ryan was texting someone, I wanted to turn on the TV, but after he complained, I turned it off and lay down. I wasn't tired at all, but I closed my eyes, trying to relax. A minute passed, and Ryan received another text. As I lay there, I opened my eyes for a split second, and saw it. A green light was floating in the room. I blinked, thinking I was imagining things, but the light moved about 4 feet to the right and started to expand. Above the light, I saw a face, a young man's face. I stared at it for about 4 seconds, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. At first, I thought Ryan had gotten up and was standing near me, but when I turned to my left, Ryan was still lying in bed. When I quickly looked back, the orb had vanished. I felt a chill run through me. I turned to Ryan and asked, "Did you see that?" Without hesitation, he replied, "The green orb?" I was shocked. I told him that the light had expanded and a face had appeared above it. I described the face: a skinny chin, high cheekbones, thin lips, and short dark hair. I hadn't seen the top of the head clearly, but the resemblance to Ryan was eerie, which is why I initially thought it was him. We were still trying to process what had happened when, not even 5 seconds later, Ryan said, "Oh my God, Brian, look up!" Just 5 feet in front of us, below the ceiling light, was the green orb again, floating silently. I ducked under the covers, scared, but Ryan and I eventually mustered the courage to look again. The orb was still there, hovering in place. Suddenly, I felt a strange sense of peace wash over me. We began asking it questions. "What do you want? Who are you? Why are you here?" But the orb didn't respond. It just floated there for over a minute before slowly fading away. As it vanished, I felt exhausted. I checked the room a couple of times, but nothing else seemed unusual. I finally relaxed and fell asleep. When I told some of my close friends about the experience, a few believed me, but many didn't. Still, I know what I saw. That moment changed me. It brought me a sense of peace with life and my faith in God. I'll never forget it, and it will always hold a special place in my memory. A couple of weeks ago, Ryan called me and told me the orb had returned. He was up late and had turned off his lights to sleep when he noticed the glowing light in his bathroom again. This time, he wasn't scared. He walked into the bathroom to investigate and tried to turn on the light, but the switch wouldn't work. He stepped back into his bedroom, turned on the light there, and then turned it off again. When he looked back into the bathroom, the orb had disappeared. He tried the bathroom light switch again, and this time, it worked. We may never know exactly what the green orb was, but I'll always remember it as a powerful and life-changing experience. I'm 40 years old, and I have twin daughters who are 18. A few years ago, my mom became very sick and had to be hospitalized, so I packed up my girls, and we went to Oklahoma to be with her. My mom's house sits right next to a graveyard. My grandmother, bless her heart, came along too, and we all took turns staying with my mom at the hospital. One evening, after a storm had passed, one of my daughters kept asking me to walk through the graveyard with her. She said there was this one particular grave she could see from the bedroom window that she felt drawn to. Curious about her fascination, I told her, "Okay, let's go." When we got to the grave, we noticed that some old framed pictures had been blown around by the storm. The two of us carefully picked them up and placed them back where they belong. We explored a few more graves before heading back to the house. That night, it was my stepdad's turn to stay with Mom at the hospital. The rest of us, my grandma, the girls, and I, had dinner, watched TV, and went to bed around 11. My daughters shared the bed, and I was on an air mattress on the floor beside them. At around 3 a.m., I woke up and glanced at my phone. I rolled over, trying to fall back asleep, but then I heard something hit the side of the house near our room. It was loud. A moment later, I heard footsteps running past the window. Thinking someone might be lurking outside, I got up and checked all the windows in the living room. I didn't see anything, and the dogs weren't barking, so I went back to bed. Still, I couldn't shake this uneasy feeling. Then I heard it, a deep, haunting moan coming from the back door near our bedroom. At first, I thought it might be an injured animal. I'm an animal lover, so my instinct was to open the door and check. But something deep inside me screamed, "Don't open that door! That's not an animal!" The sound grew louder, and suddenly, I realized it wasn't human or animal. It was something else entirely. I reached over in the dark and shook one of my daughters awake. Oddly enough, since we'd arrived, my braver daughter had always slept next to me. But that night, they had switched places, and it was my other daughter, the one who walked the graveyard with me, who woke up. She rubbed her eyes and asked, "What is it?" I whispered, "Sure, listen." As the moaning continued, I heard heavy, shaky breathing coming from the closet. At the same time, the window lit up with a strange blue glow. I didn't think much about the light then because I was focused on the terrifying sounds. My daughter, trying to be brave, crawled to the end of the bed to peek down the hallway. I stayed frozen, too scared to move. Her eyes widened, and I asked, "What is it? What do you see?" She didn't answer, completely frozen in fear. Finally, she screamed, "Shut the door, Mama! Shut the door!" I jumped up and, without stepping into the doorway, reached over and slammed the door shut. When she finally calmed down, she said she had seen a blue ball of light floating down the hallway. Just as suddenly as it appeared, it disappeared. The next morning, I asked my grandma if she had heard anything during the night. She said it sounded like someone was pushing the dining room table across the floor. That night, she stayed with my mom at the hospital, while the girls and I stayed at the house again. Around 3 a.m., again, my daughter woke me up. This time, the sound was coming from the bathroom next to our room. It was loud, like someone was bending a piece of metal back and forth, over and over, as fast as they could. I was so terrified that I grabbed my phone and dialed 911. I don't think I've ever been that scared in my life. I first started seeing small lights when I was in high school in the 90s. At first, I thought I was imagining things or maybe even going crazy, but over time, I realized they were something else entirely. To describe them, these lights last only for a second, and I can look directly at them. Most are white, but I've seen them in different colors, even black, which looks like tiny holes in the air. They range in size from very small to almost minuscule, except for one, which I'll explain later. These lights don't feel like something in my eyes. They look like they're out in the world, with distance and depth to them. Oddly, I think I only see them with one eye at a time because they have a quality like light reflecting off a mirage or glass. It's hard to focus on them with both eyes at once. When they first started appearing, I told my mom. Concerned, she took me to the doctor, and I even had a CT scan, but nothing abnormal was found. Most of the time, I see these lights outside, especially in the evening or at night. Moonlight, for example, makes them shine more vividly. I don't see them as often indoors, and their presence seems to depend on the location. In some places there are thousands, like fireflies settling in grass or trees. They don't float aimlessly, instead, they rest on things. But in other locations I might only see one or two lights, or none at all, even if I'm consciously trying to spot them. I've seen them in places all over the world, from California to China, in forests, fields, and even a tomb. Eventually, I started noticing them on people and animals too. On humans, they often appear on the eyes, hands, or forehead. On cats, I've seen them on their ears. On dogs, their noses. Once, I saw one on a person just as they started to laugh. It's as if the lights show up on whatever part of the body is focused or engaged at that moment. For as long as I can remember, I've also had this odd problem, with bugs flying directly into me, almost like they're mistaking me for something else. Moths, for example, always seem to land right on my chest. I've even noticed that my car's driver's side windshield has way more bug smears than the passenger side. I sometimes wonder if insects can see these lights too and are drawn to them. One memory that stands out happened during college, when my boyfriend at the time, Fred, and I were sitting in my parents' house talking as it got dark. We noticed tiny lights all over my hands, sparkling like fireflies. I waved my hands around, leaving glowing trails in the air. Fred tried the same thing but didn't see any lights on his hands. He joked, "Why don't I have them?" Later, I realized Fred had a habit of hiding his true self and was probably a compulsive liar. Maybe the lights reflect something about a person's openness or honesty. Years later, something similar happened with my current boyfriend, Bob, but this time, both of us had lights on our hands. We spent the evening waving our hands around like kids, laughing and marveling at the glowing trails. I think it was because we were completely open and honest with each other at that moment. Now for the unsettling part. About a year ago, I noticed a light that felt different from all the others. It was yellow and much larger than usual. I was staying in my old room at my parents' house in Missouri, a basement room with 2 small ground-level windows. One night the lights were off except for a desk lamp, when suddenly, this massive yellow light appeared outside one of the windows. It was so big it filled part of the window, and I could see blades of grass cutting across it. It looked like it was hovering high near the treetops. My parents live in the middle of nowhere, so I couldn't imagine what else it could have been. I saw the yellow light a few more times over the next few months, sometimes in its smaller form. But one night, back in Philadelphia, it scared me more than ever. I was in my bedroom, getting ready for bed after pulling out an air mattress for a guest. I'd left the closet door slightly open, and as I lay in bed, my eyes suddenly snapped to the crack in the door. A large yellow light was glowing inside the closet, partially obscured by the edge of the door. It felt like it was watching or examining the things I'd moved earlier. For the first time, I felt like one of these lights was sentient, aware, and I couldn't shake the feeling it had some kind of purpose. Since then, I haven't seen that yellow light again, but I'm wary of any disembodied light that isn't white. The white lights feel friendly and innocent. One even visits me regularly in the same spot whenever I'm working at my desk. Still, some lights seem connected to specific people or their intentions. For instance, I've occasionally seen a light just before my phone rings, and I always know who it is. Because of that, I've wondered if these lights travel along energy, or even through technology, like wires or the internet. When I want to feel completely private, I turn off all devices, just in case. I still don't know what these lights are or why I see them, but they've been a constant presence in my life for as long as I can remember. I believe this happened in 2005. I know. I should start a journal for these things. I was at work one night when I started feeling really sick. I worked the overnight shift and realized there was no way I could finish my shift, so I decided to head home early. I left around our lunch break at 2 a.m. and had a half-hour drive home. Yes, I live out in the sticks. That would have put me home around 2:30 a.m. It was mid-April, and the night was quiet as I pulled up to the house. As I turned off the headlights, something caught my eye through the dining room window. Inside the house, I saw a swirling white light mixed with red. It's hard to describe, but the best way I can explain it is that it looked like someone had dropped red food coloring into clear syrup and swirled it around, only it was glowing and giving off light. The shape was strange too. It was about 4 to 5 feet tall and maybe 3 feet wide at its thickest point in the center. It had no human form, but it seemed narrower at the top and tapered slightly at the bottom, though I couldn't see the very bottom through the window. I sat in the car, staring in disbelief, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. At first I thought it must be some kind of reflection. I just pulled up on a gravel road, and I still had my foot on the brake, so I figured it could be brake lights reflecting through dust onto the window. But then I took my foot off the brake, and the light was still there. That's when I realized it was inside the house. I watched as the light moved, or rather glided, from the edge of the living room into the dining room and out of sight into the kitchen. Even after it disappeared, I could still see a faint glow coming from the kitchen. At this point, I was completely freaking out. I'd never seen or even heard of anything like this before. But after sitting there for what felt like forever, I finally worked up the courage to get out of the car. I climbed the steps to the door that leads into the utility room and opened it. Nothing seemed out of place. Then I reached for the door that opens into the kitchen, the exact direction the thing had been heading. I opened the door slowly, expecting something. But the kitchen was pitch black. No light. No glow. I looked to the right toward the master bedroom and bath. Nothing. I looked to the left toward the dining room, living room, and part of the hallway. Nothing. I started turning on lights, checking every room, every closet, and every cabinet. Nothing had been disturbed, and there was no sign of whatever I had seen. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. The next morning, I picked up my husband from work and told him what I'd seen. He brushed it off, saying it was probably the computer monitor left on, but I knew it wasn't. The monitor was off when I got home, and even if it had been on, how would it have moved through the house like that? A year or two later, my husband had his own encounter with the lights. It was late fall or winter. Most of the leaves had fallen off the trees, so he could see through the kitchen and living room windows from a distance as he drove home. He saw multicolored lights shooting out of the windows, like the lights at a rock concert. When he pulled into the driveway, the lights were still there, and as he opened the outside door into the utility room, he could see them glowing under the kitchen door. But as soon as he put his hand on the doorknob to open the door, everything went pitch black. I had been asleep for hours. We don't own anything that could produce those kinds of lights, and there was no rational explanation. He saw the lights again a year or two later, but by the time he pulled into the driveway, they were gone. Once again, I had been sound asleep, and no lights had been left on. I even asked my mom, who's lived on this land since 1959, if she'd ever seen anything like it. She said no. I've lived here most of my life and had never experienced anything remotely like this before or since. What's strange is that the house was brand new when we moved it to this spot, straight from the factory. There were no past owners, so it's not like any lingering spirits could have come with the house. The previous mobile home in the exact same spot didn't have any lights like this either. To this day, my husband tries to brush off what he saw as the computer monitor, even though he knows it wasn't on either time. He's a hardcore skeptic, but I know what I saw, and so does he. This happened when I was 15. My cousin, 2 years younger than me, had just hit puberty, which is a cause for celebration in Sri Lanka. My uncle and aunt hosted a dinner party to mark the occasion, with plenty of food, music, dancing, and of course, booze for the adults. By midnight, the party had wound down, and the last guest had left. My mom and the other aunts were busy cleaning up. The uncles were chatting in the backyard. Half the kids had fallen asleep, and the rest were raiding leftover sweets. I, however, found myself alone, sitting in a tent set up at the front of the house. My cousin's German shepherd, Tarzan, sat quietly beside me. My cousin's house is in a rural area, surrounded by large properties. The houses are spaced far apart, and the property borders are often marked by fences or hedges. From the main road, a wide gravel path leads to their house and continues on to other homes in the area. Along this gravel road, there's a neatly trimmed hedge about 5 feet tall that runs for about 100 yards. The tent I was sitting in was roughly 30 yards away from the hedge. It was pitch black outside. Despite the porch light and the bulb in the tent, the darkness was thick, and I could barely make out the hedge. I sat there petting Tarzan, lost in my thoughts, when he suddenly perked up. He didn't stand, but his ears pointed sharply, and he began sniffing the air. A low growl rumbled in his throat as he stared intently toward the gravel road. I looked in the same direction but couldn't see anything. I strained my ears, trying to catch what might have alerted him. At first, I heard nothing but the chirping of crickets. Then, faintly, I heard it, a bell. It sounded like a cowbell, ringing at quick but regular intervals, as if in sync with a cow walking. I assumed someone had forgotten their cow out in the fields and was now herding it home. The sound grew clearer, though not louder, as if the cow was approaching but still keeping a distance. Tarzan's growl deepened, his body tense. The bell's ringing was soon joined by the sound of footsteps, but they weren't the rhythmic clip-clop of hooves. These were the heavy, deliberate steps of 2 feet crunching on gravel. Now thoroughly uneasy, I realized the bell and footsteps were perfectly in sync. Whatever was making that sound was walking upright, not on 4 legs. As the sound approached the hedge, I fixed my eyes on it, hoping to catch a glimpse of whatever was coming. Then I saw it. Two faint, yellowish, glittering dots appeared just above the hedge. At first, I could only see one dot, but as the figure turned toward me, the second dot came into view. They were eyes. The creature was tall. Its eyes hovered about 3 feet above the hedge, meaning it must have been at least 8 feet tall. Despite the slow, deliberate pace of its footsteps, the eyes moved quickly along the hedge, as though it was taking long strides. I couldn't take my eyes off those glowing dots as they passed about 60 yards of the hedge before disappearing when the figure turned its head forward. The bell and footsteps continued, gradually fading until I could no longer hear them. I looked at Tarzan. He was still growling, his ears alert, as if he could hear the sound long after it had disappeared from me. Eventually, he put his head back down, his tension easing. I stayed in the tent for a moment longer, trying to process what I had just seen. Finally, I went back inside without mentioning anything to anyone. To this day, I can't say for certain what I saw or what the glittering eyes, the rhythmic footsteps, and the strange cowbell were about. But if I had to guess, I'd lean towards something paranormal. In the early 80s, my family lived across the road from some lovely neighbors my parents were great friends with. We lived in this house from the 70s through the 80s, and while I loved spending time with the neighbors, there was one room in their house that always unsettled me, the lounge room. On the surface, the lounge was beautiful. It had polished floorboards, creamy walls, a grand mantelpiece, ornate furniture, and elegant decorations. But the atmosphere in that room was entirely different. It felt heavy, oppressive, and terrifying. Whenever I stepped into the lounge, I felt an overwhelming urge to escape. Even stranger, the room would take on a green hue, like someone had turned up the green filter on a TV. This intense, almost iridescent green would envelop the entire room, and the more scared I felt, the brighter it became. If I stood outside the room looking in, the green wasn't visible, but crossing the threshold made it feel like I was stepping into another dimension. Thankfully, we usually spent time in the kitchen, backyard, or on the porch, so I didn't have to endure the lounge room often. But my curiosity got the better of me one afternoon when we were at their house watching the Munsters. A few people were watching the show in the lounge, and I thought maybe with the TV on and people in the room, the green wouldn't appear. As I stepped into the lounge, the green hit me instantly. It was as if I walked through a wall of it. I tried to ignore it and headed for a chair, but then something even stranger happened. The sound around me began to disappear. The TV, the voices, it all faded into an eerie silence. No one else seemed to notice. Panicking, I backed out of the room, and as soon as I crossed the threshold, the green vanished, and sound returned to normal. I ended up watching the Munsters from the doorway instead. For years, I brushed off these experiences as the product of an overactive imagination or my own nervousness. But something changed in 2015 when this house came up in conversation during a family gathering. I had always known about a murder that took place on our street, but I'd believed it happened farther down the road. It turns out, the murder happened in the very house across the street, the house where I experienced the green room. Here's the story as I know it. In the early 1970s, a realtor, who was also the namesake of our street, lost a large sum of money to a local accountant. Out of revenge, the realtor disguised himself as a woman, kidnapped the accountant's wife from her workplace, and drove off with her. Tragically, her co-workers mistook her desperate waving for a casual goodbye. She was never seen alive again. The realtor confessed to the kidnapping and murder but refused to tell police where he had hidden the body. Before they could extract more information, he hanged himself in custody, taking the location of her body with him. Years later, in the mid to late 70s, one of my dad's friends lived in the house across the street. Late one night, after saying goodnight to some guests, he tripped on a rug in the lounge room. When he adjusted it, he noticed that some of the floorboards beneath were uneven and mismatched. Curious and aware of the house's dark history, he and his friends pried up the floorboards. What they found was horrifying, a hand protruding from the soil beneath the house. They immediately called the police. That night, my parents woke to the sound of banging as the police tore apart the lounge floor. The remains were confirmed to be those of the accountant's wife, finally solving the mystery. I had no idea until that family conversation that the green room, where I felt so uncomfortable as a child, was the very room where her body had been hidden. Looking back, I can understand feeling fear or unease in that room, but the green phenomenon still baffles me. Why green? Was it connected to her spirit or emotions? Was it residual energy from such a tragic event? This green wasn't calming or healing like you might associate with the color. It was loud, intense, and almost alive. It seemed to intensify with my fear, as if it was responding to me. Interestingly, my dad's friend who discovered the body also had an encounter in the house before finding her. He believed he encountered the spirit of the woman, though his experience didn't involve any green or anything frightening. Even now, I wonder what caused the green hue. Was it some kind of aura? A residual imprint of emotion or trauma? Or was it an attempt at communication? I'd love to hear from anyone who has experienced something similar. This story has always given me chills, but knowing the truth about that house and the tragic events that happened there has made it even more haunting. About 20 years ago, when we were living in Navy housing on Oahu, Hawaii, my daughter and I had an experience that still haunts me to this day. I've never been certain what it was, and I'm not even sure it was a ghost. At the time, it was my husband, our 2 daughters, and me living in base housing. I didn't believe in ghosts or the supernatural, and such stories weren't something we entertained in our home. It happened on a sunny summer day. My husband was at work, my oldest daughter was out surfing with her friend, and my youngest daughter was home with me. After lunch, we decided to watch some TV in the TV room. This room was just off the living/dining area, separated by 2 large sliding doors. It had plenty of windows and 2 doors, one leading to the kitchen and the other to the backyard. My daughter was sitting on the love seat against the sliding door wall, and I was across from her in a chair. The TV sat on a low bookcase beneath a row of windows. While we were sitting there watching TV, something shimmering and sparkly, like a flashing, static-like mass, passed between us and the screen. It entered the TV room from the living room, moved across the space, and exited through the back door. We both froze, staring at each other in shock. My daughter immediately jumped into my lap, and we clung to each other, terrified but silent, for what felt like a long time. Finally, she asked in a panicked voice, "What was that?" I had no answer, but I tried to stay calm and reason it away. I told her it was probably sunlight reflecting off a car passing by. Her voice trembling, she whispered, "But all the blinds are down." Not wanting to escalate the fear, I quickly explained that light can still sneak in through gaps between the blinds and window frames. Then, I changed the subject, suggesting we pick up her sister and get shaved ice. For the next few weeks, we told family and friends about the incident, but after that, we never brought it up again. It became one of those things we chose to put behind us. Fast forward 2 years. My husband had been reassigned to Rhode Island, and he went ahead to prepare our old home while the girls and I stayed in Hawaii to finish out the school year. The last few days on the island, I was alone in the house, cleaning it for inspection, while the girls spent time with friends at the beach. Our belongings had already been shipped to Rhode Island, so the house was completely empty. I spent one day cleaning the kitchen and laundry, and the next, I moved on to the bedrooms, bathrooms, and finally the living/dining and TV rooms. The entire house had linoleum floors, which needed to be swept and mopped spotless. While mopping the living/dining room, I was only thinking about how warm it felt now that the air conditioner was gone. Then, without warning, the same shimmering, sparkling, flashing mass appeared, exactly like the one I had seen 2 years earlier. It crossed the room right in front of me. Startled and alone, I grabbed my cleaning supplies and left immediately. I hadn't finished mopping the TV room or the living/dining area, but I didn't care. I locked the door, left the mop and bucket with the trash at the curb, and drove away without looking back. I've never seen anything like it before or since. The experience made me more open to the possibility of ghosts. When we moved back to Rhode Island, I started watching supernatural and ghost hunting shows, trying to make sense of what happened. Still, I've never seen any definitive proof of what I encountered. To this day, I'm not sure what I saw. I've tried to reason it away, thinking maybe there's a logical explanation, but nothing quite fits. That shimmering mass remains a mystery, and the memory still lingers with me, even after all these years. The year was 1970, and I was in kindergarten. My family, Mom, Dad, my 2 brothers, and I, had just moved into a brand new ranch-style house in Huber Heights, Ohio. It was a lovely place for a kid to grow up. We had an acre of land, which had once been farmland, and our backyard opened out onto cornfields and a small forest with a stream. Across the street, the backyards faced a strip mall and a few shops. Our street ended in a cul-de-sac, and with houses on both sides, it was a cozy neighborhood for a family. At first, life seemed perfect, until my older sister, Kate, returned home from a long stay in the hospital. She had been at Barney's Children's Hospital for almost a year, recovering from rheumatic fever. I didn't fully understand what she had been through. All I knew was that she'd been away for what felt like forever, getting special attention from everyone, flowers, gifts, and constant visits from our parents. As a 6-year-old, I felt jealous and resentful. She had become a stranger to me, and now I had to share my room with her. The room Kay and I shared was the second largest in the house. We had twin beds along one wall, facing a large window on the opposite wall that nearly stretched from floor to ceiling. Her side of the room had a smaller window, while mine had the closet and door. Bedtime was always a comforting routine. My mom and dad would tuck us in, help us say our prayers, and pull back the covers, which always smelled fresh like sunshine. My sister and I would whisper to each other for a while before she drifted off to sleep, but not me. I stayed awake, waiting for my imaginary friend, a soft ball of white light I'd named Blinky. Blinky would appear in the top left corner of the room, floating near the ceiling. He seemed to dance around, glowing gently. I talked to him quietly, sharing my joys and worries. Though he never spoke back, I felt like he was listening. Sometimes he'd come closer, hovering near me but never touching me. When he did, I felt a mix of awe, comfort, and a little fear, like standing close to a gentle but powerful horse. Blinky's presence always made me feel loved and safe. My sister, however, didn't share my enthusiasm. She'd often wake up and tell me to be quiet, yelling for Mom or Dad when I wouldn't stop talking. My parents would scold us both and tell us to go to sleep. My siblings teased me about Blinky, calling it nonsense, but my mom occasionally reassured me that it was okay and to ignore their teasing. Over time, as life settled down and I adjusted to having my sister home, Blinky visited less frequently. Then one night, everything changed. My sister woke up and yelled at me to stop talking again. Frustrated, I pointed to the glowing light and said, "Look! He's right there!" To my surprise, she actually saw him. She screamed for our parents, and just like that, Blinky disappeared. That was one of the last times I saw him. As I got older, I thought less about Blinky, though I never forgot him. Looking back, I realize how chaotic and emotional those years were for me. My parents spent so much time at the hospital with Kay, leaving my brothers and me with my aunts or, occasionally, just my older brother. He wasn't exactly kind to us back then, which added to my feelings of insecurity and fear. When Kay came home, she was still frail, and the attention she received only deepened the resentment I felt at the time. Now that I'm older, I feel ashamed of how I treated my sister during that period. But in fairness, adults back then didn't always explain things to children. I didn't understand how serious her illness had been or how much she had endured. So, who or what was Blinky? Was he just a figment of my imagination, created to help me cope with those confusing emotions? Or was he something more, something supernatural? If he was imaginary, why did my sister see him too? Over the years, I've had other unexplained experiences, but I'll never forget Blinky. He was a soft, glowing light that brought comfort and joy to a little girl who desperately needed it. To this day, I wonder what, or who, he really was. This experience took place in the late 1980s when I was working as a secretary at a business firm in Los Angeles, California. I had been at the job for a while and had settled into a comfortable, if somewhat dull, routine. The office was very professional, and most of my coworkers were older and fairly conservative. I spent most of my time working alone at the front reception area, especially in the quieter late afternoons. One afternoon, shortly before closing, I was sitting at my desk filing some papers when something unusual caught my attention. The office front doors, which were heavy glass and steel, started to rattle. It wasn't unusual for them to shake slightly if there was a breeze, but I decided to get up and secure them since it was nearly the end of the day. As I walked across the room to lock up, one of the glass doors suddenly blew open. Before I could react, the door slammed shut again on its own, and that's when I saw it. Just a few feet in front of me, in the middle of the foyer, was a swirling, glowing green mini tornado. It was about 3 feet tall and dense but semi-transparent. It spun constantly, and the air in the room felt different, prickly, almost electric. I know this sounds strange, but that's exactly what I saw and felt. The green vortex moved slowly across the floor, heading toward me. I froze watching it, trying to make sense of what was happening. Within about 20 seconds, it completely vanished into thin air. As soon as it disappeared, I snapped out of my shock, ran to the doors, and locked them immediately. My heart was racing, and I couldn't stop questioning what I had just witnessed. Was it my imagination? A trick of the light? I didn't tell any of my coworkers because I didn't want to face ridicule or risk being dismissed from my job. The next morning, I decided to have a cup of coffee with my husband before heading to work. We were sitting on the sofa in our living room, casually flipping through TV channels, when it happened again. There was a loud popping sound near our entertainment center, and then, from beside the TV, the same glowing green mini tornado appeared. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It had followed me home. This time, I wasn't alone. My husband saw it too. The look on his face was a mix of disbelief and fear, and I could tell he was just as unnerved as I was. I jumped up from the couch, spilling coffee all over my lap, completely creeped out by its presence. Just like before, it spun for a few seconds before vanishing into thin air. Thankfully, that was the last time I saw it. At the time, there was nothing unusual about the weather, and no windows or doors had been left open in either the office or our home. Nothing seemed out of place in our lives during that period, and I couldn't figure out why I was seeing this strange phenomenon. Back then, the internet didn't exist, so my husband and I turned to the local library, poring over books in the paranormal and occult sections. We read as much as we could, but we never found a solid explanation for what we experienced. To this day, I'm left with unanswered questions. Why did this thing appear to me? What was it? Was it connected to me in some way, or was it just a strange coincidence? I've never seen anything like it since, and honestly, I hope I never do. Earlier this year, in January or February, I had an experience that was so strange and unsettling, I still can't make sense of it. I've tried to come up with a logical explanation, but nothing fits. Perhaps someone else might have some answers. I often go through bouts of insomnia, and on this particular morning, it was around 3:45 a.m. when I gave up on trying to sleep. My husband was sound asleep next to me, and I didn't want to disturb him by turning on the light or the TV. So, as usual, I grabbed my things from the bedside table and made my way to the kitchen to make coffee. It wasn't until I was standing there about to refill the kettle that I realized I hadn't turned on the kitchen light. Normally, I'd need to. It was still the middle of the night, after all, but the room was already illuminated. My kitchen was bathed in a soft, bright light, almost like daylight. I need to explain a little about my kitchen. It has large windows that let in a lot of light during the day, but they don't have curtains. The courtyard outside is fully enclosed by outbuildings, and there's no way for anyone to see into the kitchen from outside. It's also worth noting that the only outdoor light in the courtyard is a single bulb above the back door, which definitely wasn't on at the time. I stood there for a moment, trying to figure out where this light was coming from. My first thought was to go outside and investigate, but then I hesitated. After all, it was only a couple of months ago, on December 22nd, that my husband and I had been held at gunpoint in our home during a robbery. The memory made me cautious. I didn't want to walk into another dangerous situation. Instead, I decided to check the other rooms. I walked into the dining room next to the kitchen and looked outside. Darkness. The same with the lounge and the bathrooms, which are all on the same side of the house as the kitchen. Total darkness. But when I returned to the kitchen, it was still brightly lit. The light was so clear and vivid that I could see the red tiles on the roofs of the outbuildings and every single item stored in the courtyard. Yet the trees beyond the courtyard were in complete darkness. This wasn't from streetlights either. Our property is about 2,000 square meters, and the streetlights don't reach that far. I couldn't figure it out. It was as if the courtyard had its own private light source, but there was nothing visible to explain it. I speculated about everything from rare natural phenomena to the paranormal, even aliens. My husband, ever the sci-fi enthusiast, was quick to suggest little green men, or as he joked, little green ladies. Eventually, I gave up trying to solve the mystery, settled onto the couch in front of the TV, and dozed off. By the time I woke up, everything was back to normal. The courtyard was perfectly ordinary, with no sign of anything strange. But that wasn't the end of it. Later that morning, around 9 a.m., I was in the kitchen cleaning the gas hob, still mulling over what had happened earlier. My rubbish bin is kept in a cupboard to the left, and slightly behind me when I'm at the hob. It's a large bin, securely tucked into its spot in the cupboard. Out of nowhere, the cupboard door swung open, and the bin fell out onto the floor behind me. I jumped in shock. That cupboard doesn't open on its own. It's not physically possible. And even if it somehow did, the bin wouldn't just fall out like that without being pulled or tipped manually. Thankfully, I had emptied the bin the day before, so there was no mess to clean up. Still, the incident rattled me for the rest of the day. I couldn't shake the feeling that something strange was happening. Unable to focus on anything, I spent most of the day sitting on the veranda, reading and talking to my parrot. When I moved into my new home in Phoenix with my partner, strange little things started happening. It was my first week there, and everything seemed fine at first, but it didn't take long for odd experiences to begin, leading to something I'll never forget, the story of the orb. One night, early in the week, I fell asleep on the living room couch while watching a movie. In the middle of the night, I woke up to an unsettling sound, like ticka ticka ticka, coming from the dining room. I saw what looked like the ceiling fan spinning wildly, throwing flickering light and shadow all over the room. Startled, I sat up and stared at it, thinking the wiring must be faulty. I didn't stick around to investigate. I bolted down the hallway to the bedroom, trying to shake the creepy feeling. The next morning, I told my partner about it. As I pointed to the dining room and described what happened, he interrupted me and said, "We don't have a dining room fan." He was right. There wasn't a fan, just a light fixture above the dining table, which flickered at a low setting until we replaced the bulb. No ghosts here, just a minor electrical issue, but it gave me a good scare. Over the next 2 years, little things kept happening. Sometimes, I'd hear strange noises in the kitchen, like plastic being shuffled or moved, but when I checked, there was no plastic anywhere. The cabinets were new, with no holes or signs of rodents, and nothing ever seemed out of place. I'd sit in the living room, listening carefully as the noises continued, but I could never find a cause. One day, I was sitting in the living room and heard my partner's voice coming from the end of the hallway. He sounded groggy and said, "So tired," which wasn't unusual for us to say. The thing is, I knew he was in the bedroom with the door closed, and that door creaks loudly when it opens. When I later went to the bathroom, I saw the door was still shut. I told myself I must have imagined it, but it felt so real, like someone was mimicking his voice. It was strange, but I didn't feel scared, just unsettled. Other times, it sounded like someone was walking on the bamboo rug in the hallway when I was home alone. I'd check every time, but no one was ever there. The most memorable experience happened about a week after moving in. I was asleep in bed when I had a vivid dream, or at least I think it was a dream. In the dream, I was lying in bed, unable to move, when a glowing white orb appeared above me. It was slightly smaller than a bowling ball and pulsed with energy as it hovered over my chest. I could feel it pressing against me, as if it was trying to enter my body. I resisted, terrified of what would happen if it succeeded. My fear wasn't just about the sensation, it was about losing myself. I kept thinking, if this orb gets inside me, will I still be me? Or will I just become the orb pretending to be me? I fought against it as hard as I could, but I was exhausted. Eventually, I couldn't hold it off anymore, and the orb pushed its way into me. For a moment, I was horrified, but then the fear disappeared. I realized I still felt like myself, nothing had changed. The thought that had terrified me just moments ago seemed completely irrelevant now. After that, I didn't think much about the orb. My life didn't drastically improve or get worse, and I continued to feel like myself. Whatever happened that night, I've made peace with it. It's a strange story, but one I'll never forget. We had recently moved from Hawaii to Idaho and settled into an older third-floor apartment with 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. The place had its charm, especially the view from the back windows, which overlooked a creek and a river beyond that. It felt peaceful. While exploring the area, we stumbled upon an incredible view lot across town and ended up purchasing it. Life was simple but enjoyable. I found a low-paying job, and we spent our free time biking along the river's greenbelt and enjoying the parks. One early morning, sometime between 2 o'clock and 3:30 a.m., I was lying awake in bed. This wasn't unusual for me. I'm often up during those hours. I glanced at the clock and stayed as still as possible. Moving even slightly would wake our Yorkie, who had a habit of bolting to the end of the bed, barking, and biting at my feet, which would undoubtedly wake my wife. Not worth it. Our king-size bed barely fit in the small room. The bedroom door was close to the end of the bed and just to the right of my feet. We usually kept the door open, and there were small plug-in lights in the living room that gave the doorway a faint glow. Outside, a floodlight beneath our window added a touch of ambient light around the edges of the closed curtains above the headboard. I was trying to fall back asleep, mentally counting calming things: marbles, ducks, salmon. I avoid counting sheep, and I definitely don't want a song stuck in my head. As I lay there on my right side, staring at the open doorway, something caught my eye. I saw what looked like a small orb coming around the door jamb, near the doorknob. It was moving slowly, about the size of a golf ball, and only about 6 feet from my head. At first, I just watched it, not really thinking much of it. This orb wasn't bright, like the ones I'd seen in photos or videos I'd taken before. Instead, it was a dull, vanilla-like color, almost like it was aged. It moved along the wall toward my head, and as it got closer, I noticed a small dull patch on its surface, as if it had lost some of its shine or was damaged. By now, it was less than 3 feet away, floating steadily along the wall. I didn't move, just kept watching as it passed my head and drifted toward the corner of the room. Once it disappeared, I lay there in deep thought, questioning what I'd just seen. I started trying to debunk it. Could it have been headlights from a car? But we were on the 3rd floor, and the orb was lower than the window, plus the curtains were closed. An eye floater? But it moved sideways, and I saw it with both eyes. Was my imagination playing tricks on me? Half my life, I've been an early riser, and I've never seen anything like this before. I'm not sure how long I lay there, replaying the moment in my head, several minutes at least. Then suddenly, my wife started stammering in her sleep. Her breathing became heavy, and she was making high-pitched, frantic sounds. She seemed to be arguing or fighting with someone, but her words were incoherent, almost like she was in trouble. Alarmed, I rolled over and yelled her name while shaking her awake. She finally woke up, gasping, and told me she'd been having a nightmare. In the dream, a man had been chasing her when she was a child. She described him as terrifying and said he was not a good man. By the time she woke up later that morning, she had already forgotten most of the details. The timing of her nightmare struck me as odd. It had started just minutes after I saw the orb. I couldn't help but wonder if the two were connected. Could orbs somehow interact with our dreams? Could it have influenced her nightmare? I still don't have answers, but the experience left me thinking about the possibilities. Was the orb just a strange visual phenomenon, or was it something more? I'm not sure, but it's something I won't forget. Back in 2010, I had my first encounter with the mysterious Bingham light, a ghost light that appears in a rural area near where I live. Over the past 14 years, I've visited the site over 80 times. Despite going so often, I've only seen the light about 7 or 8 times, including some recent sightings in the past few weeks. These experiences continue to fascinate me as much as they did when I first saw the light. In my years of visiting, I've noticed the light tends to appear more frequently in the colder months. I don't know why. Maybe it has something to do with the legend behind it, or perhaps the conditions are just better for it to manifest during winter. Whatever the reason, the light remains a mystery. One recent visit was on December 15th. My younger sister and I decided to head out to the site after spending the evening at the mall. We parked near the cornfield on South Butler Road, one of the main spots where the light is often seen. We sat in the car for a while, talking about past paranormal experiences and calling out to the light, but we didn't see anything that night. The following week, on December 21st, we decided to try again. It was late, and there wasn't much else to do, so I picked up my sister and drove to the same spot. She had all but given up hope of ever seeing the light because we'd tried so many times before without success. We parked near the cornfield again and called out to the light. Nothing happened, so we just sat there chatting. At one point, I saw headlights in the distance behind us. A car was slowly making its way down the dirt road, its light faintly illuminating the trees. Unsure of who it was, maybe a ranger, I quickly told my sister, "Let's get out of here!" We jumped into the car and drove off before they got too close. We decided to check out another nearby spot, Reedy Springs Court, about a mile away. This area is darker, more enclosed by woods, and far creepier than South Butler Road. After parking, I turned off the car lights and we called out to the light again. Not long after, something caught my eye. A glowing white or pale blue light was gliding through the woods about 10 to 15 yards ahead. At first, I thought it might be someone with a flashlight, but it moved in a way that didn't seem natural. I yelled to my sister, "Look! Did you see that?" The light looked like a star hovering a few feet above the ground. It didn't illuminate anything around it. It was just a steady glow, moving slowly. As it reached the edge of the dirt road, it disappeared. Then, to our amazement, it reappeared instantly on the opposite side of the road. We were stunned. My sister was especially excited because it was her first time seeing the light after so many failed attempts. The light continued to flash faintly in the woods, but this time it wasn't as bright as before. My sister called out to it, saying, "Come here!" A few minutes later, it flashed just a few yards away from the car on her side. We stayed there for a while, talking and watching the light, before finally heading home, satisfied that we'd seen it. A week later, I went back to the site alone. The roads were muddy from recent rain, so I avoided the cornfield area and parked on Reedy Springs Court instead. After shutting off the lights and calling out to the light, I saw faint flashes in the woods to my left. Not wanting to stay too long, I quickly left. Most recently, I visited the site again after coming back from a late night out. It was after 3 a.m., and I decided to swing by South Butler Road to see if anything would happen. I didn't see anything there, so I drove over to Reedy Springs Court. I parked, turned off the lights, and opened my sunroof. After calling out to the light a few times, it appeared again. this time about 20 yards ahead of me, hovering at the edge of the woods on the right side of the road. The light was brighter this time, glowing steadily as it moved out onto the road. I immediately turned on my headlights, and the light disappeared instantly. That was enough for me. I decided to leave. Being alone in such an eerie place was unnerving, but the experience was exhilarating. The Bingham light continues to amaze and intrigue me. No one knows exactly what it is or why it appears, but it's definitely something paranormal. These recent encounters remind me of why I've been so fascinated by it for all these years. In the summer of 1990, my friend Tracy and I were 14 years old and inseparable. We went to the same high school, loved the same music, and spent nearly every weekend together. So, when Tracy's mom won a trip to the Pocono Mountains in a radio contest and invited me to join, we were over the moon. We spent the drive from New York to Pennsylvania excitedly planning our trip, though I started feeling a stomach ache that I tried to ignore. After what felt like forever, we finally arrived at a little white cottage deep in the woods. The long dirt road leading to it made the place feel secluded, and Tracy's parents were thrilled because they didn't have to worry about us being too noisy. Tracy and I spent the entire day exploring the cottage and the woods, while her parents unpacked and settled in. That's when Tracy's dad began noticing odd little things. Objects he'd left on the table would suddenly be on the counter. Chairs he'd pushed in would later be pulled out. And there were faint footsteps upstairs, even though we were all downstairs. Tracy's mom brushed it off, saying it was just an old, creaky cottage, but her dad was convinced something else was going on. When we went out for dinner that evening, Tracy's dad closed the living room window, betting us it would be open when we got back. Sure enough, the window was wide open when we returned. We laughed nervously, but Tracy's mom insisted it was just a faulty spring and told her husband to stop trying to scare us. That night, Tracy and I shared a room with 2 double beds. Still feeling sick, I woke up in the middle of the night with sharp stomach pains. As I rolled over to face Tracy, I opened my eyes and saw a white mist floating above her. It didn't have a shape, it looked like a cloud. I remember thinking, wow, I must really be sick, before rolling back over and going back to sleep. The next morning, I tried to ignore how awful I felt because I wanted to have fun. Tracy and I went on a nature hike, found a little brook, and spent some time there taking pictures. Later, we met up with one of Tracy's friends who lived nearby. She drove us around to local spots and hung out with us for a while. By the evening, though, my stomach pains were unbearable, and Tracy's friend dropped us back at the cottage. I went straight to bed. In the middle of the night, we woke to Tracy's mom screaming at the top of her lungs. Tracy and I jumped out of bed and ran to her parents' room. Her dad told us everything was fine and to go back to sleep, but Tracy's mom was shaking, clearly terrified. When we pressed her, she said she woke up to find something floating above her bed. "Was it a white mist?" I asked. Everyone stared at me, and she nodded. "How did you know?" she asked. I told her I'd seen the same thing floating above Tracy the night before but hadn't mentioned it because I thought I was hallucinating from being sick. Tracy was stunned and couldn't believe I hadn't told her earlier. Her mom wanted to leave immediately, but her dad convinced her to stay, saying the presence was probably just curious and meant no harm. We tried to sleep, but none of us could. Instead, we lay awake, listening to the unmistakable sound of chairs being dragged across the kitchen floor downstairs. The next morning, Tracy's dad went down first and found every chair pulled as far out from the table as possible. We all talked about what had happened and finally agreed there was definitely something, or someone, else in the cottage. That day, my fever worsened, and I felt too sick to go see the King and I at the local theater with everyone else. Despite their protests about me staying alone, I was so miserable I didn't care. After they left, I made myself comfortable on the couch and said out loud, "Look, I know you're here, and you know I'm here. Do whatever you want upstairs, but please leave me alone. I don't feel well." It must have worked, because I spent the afternoon peacefully. There were a few creaks and footsteps upstairs, but nothing happened near me. I watched TV, napped, and finally started to feel better. When the others got back, they asked if I was scared or if anything had happened. I told them no, because I'd made a deal with the ghost. It stayed upstairs, and I stayed downstairs. Tracy thought I was crazy, and we all laughed about it. The rest of our trip went smoothly, with no more strange occurrences. The cottage resident seemed to have made peace with us, and we had an amazing time. It's a vacation I'll never forget. It began when my cousin came to visit for the summer. We had grown up together, more like siblings than cousins, and he was my best friend. During his stay, he told me about some strange things happening in his house. He described an entity that seemed to follow him everywhere, leaving him with a constant sense of fear and unease. Without thinking, I said, "I wish it would leave you alone. I'll pray for you." He laughed and said, "Yeah, like God cares." I was shocked by his response and didn't know what to say, so I changed the subject. A few weeks later, when he left, he told me he didn't want to go back to his house. I reassured him, telling him to call me anytime, and then he left. A couple of days after he left, I was sitting on my bed, talking to my mom on the phone, when I noticed a nail in the wall. As I stared at it, the nail started wiggling and slowly pushed itself out of the wall. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Fear crept over me, and I quickly ended the call. I jumped up, yanked the nail out, and threw it across the room. Telling myself it was my imagination, I went to the living room to sit with my little brother. Not long after, I was asleep in my room when I heard scratching on the floor. Assuming it was my cat, I tossed a pillow toward the sound to make her stop. Suddenly, I saw a shadowy figure climb up my door, crawl across the ceiling, and come down the wall near my bed. It jumped onto me, pinning me down. I couldn't move, speak, or scream, and an intense pain spread through my body, like I was being electrocuted. Terrified, I closed my eyes and prayed, begging God for help. After a few moments, the feeling stopped. I grabbed my blanket and pillows and slept on the couch in the living room. For the next few nights, I refused to sleep in my room. Eventually, I convinced myself it was just a dream and returned to my bed. That night, while watching TV, I felt as though something was tugging at me, trying to push its way inside me. Shaking it off, I lay back down, but the same paralyzing, painful feeling came over me again. I prayed desperately for it to stop, and after what felt like forever, it did. I decided not to sleep in my room anymore and stayed in the living room, where my mom's collection of angel figurines made me feel safer. For a while, things seemed fine. Then, the oppressive feeling I had in my room began to spread through the house. My mom and I started fighting over small, unimportant things. I became depressed and even had suicidal thoughts. My friends noticed I was distant and stopped inviting me to hang out, but I told them I just didn't feel like it. One night, while lying on the couch, the paralyzing feeling returned. I heard growling in my ear, and as I prayed, it grew louder and more intense before finally stopping. I sat up, shaking and crying, too scared to sleep. This continued for weeks, leaving me exhausted. My mom noticed and took me to the doctor, who ruled out insomnia or any health issues. Despite this, the growling and the feeling of being electrocuted persisted. Desperate, I called my cousin and told him everything. After a long silence, he admitted he hadn't felt the presence that used to follow him since he left my house. Furious, I believed he had somehow passed the entity on to me and stopped talking to him for a while. The activity slowed down, but two terrifying incidents happened before it nearly stopped. One night, I woke up to find both the front and back doors wide open. My dog, who was supposed to be outside, was on top of me, growling at a hooded black figure standing in the doorway. The figure seemed amused by my dog, then vanished. Shaken, I put my dog back outside and locked the doors again. The next night, I was getting a snack from the fridge when I glanced at the back door. The same hooded figure was there, staring at me. Though I couldn't see its face, I felt its gaze. It slowly moved toward me with its arm extended, and I froze, unable to move. Just as it was about a foot away, I heard a soft, feminine voice say, "Don't touch her." The figure stopped, growled viciously, and disappeared. Once I could move, I ran to my mom's room and slept there, telling her I'd had a bad dream. Over time, my depression eased, and the tension in the house lessened. While the entity hasn't returned in full force, I still feel its presence sometimes. My body occasionally freezes, and the electrocution sensation returns, though briefly. I fear it's waiting for an opportunity to come back, and I hope I never have to live through those terrifying experiences again. My name is Taylor. I'm 17 years old, and I live in Florida. I want to share my experience with sleep paralysis because mine doesn't feel the same as what I've read from others. It has been happening to me for about a year and a half now, sometimes once a week, or as often as 10 times in one night. Even after waking up, I sometimes fall right back into the same dream, making it even harder to escape. When it first started, nothing too strange happened. I would just lie there, unable to move, and look around my room. Sometimes I couldn't breathe, but that hasn't happened recently. A few months before I moved to Florida from Georgia, I had a sleep paralysis dream where I saw a little blonde girl sitting at my desk. She looked like she was drawing with my art supplies. At first, I thought it was my younger sister, but the girl seemed much younger than her. When I woke up, I checked my desk and found that nothing had been touched. My papers were blank. I even asked my sister if she had been in my room, but she said no. I decided to forget about it. After moving to Florida, I had another episode. This time, the same little girl was next to me, her hand resting on my arm. She was wearing a yellow dress with blue flowers and looked about 5 to 7 years old. The details were so vivid, but I was frozen in place. Suddenly, I found myself in a completely different dream. I was standing in a graveyard near a big tree. I saw the little girl in the distance, and as I started to walk toward her, I was suddenly standing right next to her. 2 adults, a man and a woman, were also there, and they were trying to harm her with a knife. I couldn't move or do anything but watch. It was horrifying. The dream ended abruptly, and I haven't seen her since. Someone suggested I visit local graveyards to see if I could find the one from my dream, but I don't have transportation, so I never looked into it. A week or 2 later, I had another strange episode. By now, I'd learned to recognize when I was in sleep paralysis, and even managed to move slightly during these episodes. But in this one, I felt an overwhelming need to move but couldn't. I sleep with the lights on and a mirror in my room, so I could see myself in the reflection. I kept trying to move and accidentally fell off my bed. That's when I saw myself in the mirror, and my body was twisted unnaturally. It looked so wrong and terrifying. I wasn't in control of my body anymore. It stood up on its own and started walking down the hallway. As I reached the living room, everything went dark. I can't remember how I woke up, but the fear stayed with me. About 5 months ago, I had another episode where a boy appeared at the foot of my bed. He wore a yellow shirt and stood with his hands on his hips, staring at me. The episode was brief, and I woke up soon after. Around this time, a friend introduced me to a game called Slender Man. I played for about 10 minutes before it scared me too much, so I quit. Later, I looked up more about the character and found videos and pictures. Not long after, I had a sleep paralysis dream where I kept my eyes shut because I felt someone in the room. I convinced myself I was just paranoid about Slender Man and didn't want to imagine him. But when I opened my eyes, I saw him standing at the foot of my bed. I quickly closed my eyes again, but when I opened them, he was right next to me. Panicking, I shut my eyes once more, and when I opened them again, he was kneeling right beside me, staring into my face. I couldn't move or look away. After a few seconds, everything went dark, and I woke up. A week or 2 later, I had another dream where I was in a dark forest lit faintly by the moon. Slender Man was chasing me. I ran and hid behind a log, peeking over to see if he was still there. He walked by, and it felt like he knew where I was but was pretending not to see me. Then, suddenly, everything went dark again, and I woke up. I haven't told my parents or seen a doctor about these dreams because I don't think they mean much. They always feel so real, though, and they're different from other sleep paralysis experiences I've read about. Most people talk about dark figures and strange lighting, but my room always looks exactly as I left it. I can even move a little during these episodes, which I've heard isn't common. I'm not trying to stop these episodes either. They're mysterious and strange, and I find them fascinating, even though they scare me. I like experimenting with them, trying to figure out if something specific is triggering what I see. This happened to me in 2009 when I was working for a quality certification company in Coimbatore, a city in the southern part of India. The office was about 60 kilometers from my home, and I commuted daily on my motorbike. I loved those rides, leaving home at 7 in the morning and returning by 9 p.m. I kept this routine for over 3 months, despite my mother's disapproval. She constantly worried about my safety during the long commute and insisted I rent a place near the office. After much persuasion, I agreed and found a cheap hotel offering monthly rentals. The room I rented was simple but livable. It was a single room with an attached bathroom, a king-size bed, a small table, a chair, and an old TV. It was on the second floor of the building, overlooking a row of busy shops. The location was convenient, as the hotel was in a crowded area of the city. I moved in, settled my belongings, and left for work. That evening, when I returned to the hotel, I noticed that the stairway and corridors leading to my room were poorly lit. I was too tired to care and decided to rest before heading out for dinner. After eating at a nearby eatery, I returned to my room and prepared for bed. Even with the lights off, I noticed light coming through the window, which oddly comforted me since I often felt uneasy sleeping in new places. That night, I fell asleep without any trouble. After a month, I had grown comfortable living in the room. One evening, I went to see a movie with my girlfriend and dropped her off at her house before returning to my room. Feeling a bit suffocated, I decided to open the window for some fresh air. I lay down on my bed, scrolling through Facebook on my laptop, and eventually dozed off. I wasn't fully asleep, somewhere between being awake and asleep, when I suddenly felt a heavy weight on my chest. I opened my eyes and saw a dark figure hovering over me, sitting on my chest. Panic set in as I tried to push it off, but my hands wouldn't move. I attempted to get up, but my body was completely paralyzed. When I tried to speak, all that came out was a muffled "whoa whoa whoa." The weight on my chest grew heavier, and I felt like I couldn't breathe. Terrified, I began to pray silently to Lord Shiv and recited the Hanuman Chalisa in my mind. After just a few lines, the pressure on my chest started to lessen, and I could breathe again. The dark figure began to retract, sliding away toward the window. This gave me hope, and I prayed harder. After what felt like an eternity, the figure disappeared out of the window. The moment it was gone, I could move again. I jumped out of bed, slammed the window shut, and switched on all the lights. My heart was racing, and I knew I wouldn't be able to sleep again. I packed a bag and decided to go home. When I reached my house at 4 a.m., my mother was shocked to see me. After hearing what had happened, she lit a puja lamp and performed prayers for me. Later that morning, she took me to a holy person who gave me a thread to wear on my right arm, assuring me that I would be safe from harm. Though still shaken, I felt reassured by my faith. After a week, I returned to the room with some holy items from a nearby temple that my mother had given me. I tied them above the door and window for protection. I stayed in that room for another 3 months, and with God's grace, I never experienced anything strange again. Curious about what had happened, I later spoke to a man at the eatery near the hotel. He told me something that sent chills down my spine. I was the only occupant on that floor. No one else dared to stay there because there had been multiple suicides in the adjoining rooms, and several previous tenants had reported similar eerie phenomena. Even now, I wonder what that dark entity was and why it targeted me that night. It's strange because I had stayed in the room for over a month without experiencing anything unusual. Perhaps it was a dark spirit that wanted to possess me. Whatever it was, I'm just thankful that I escaped unscathed. Back in 1984, I was engaged to a young woman named Sandra. She lived with her parents, Annie and Jim, in a modest terraced house on the outskirts of Wigan in a small town called Pemberton. The house, built in the early 1930s, had no history of anything paranormal, at least none that Sandra or her parents ever mentioned to me during the 3 years we were together. One night in June, Sandra and I went out for dinner at a local restaurant and then caught a movie. By the time I walked her home, it had started pouring. Since I only traveled on foot or by public transport in those days, Sandra convinced me to stay the night at her place. Their house was a simple 2-up, 2-down layout, so I settled on the living room couch for the night. The first couple of hours, I slept soundly, lulled by the rhythmic ticking of the clock on the mantelpiece. Suddenly, I woke up, completely alert, though I couldn't explain what had disturbed me. As I lay there trying to collect my thoughts, I heard footsteps descending the stairs. From the couch, I could see the foot of the staircase, so I waited, assuming Annie might have come down for water or something. But the footsteps stopped abruptly at the bottom, and no one appeared. The house was completely silent. I closed my eyes, ready to drift back to sleep, when a sudden and overwhelming wave of fear washed over me. It was unlike anything I had ever experienced. My entire body broke out in cold sweat, and I became completely paralyzed. The only part of me I could move was my eyes, which were fixed on the clock above the fireplace. The dim, orange glow of the street light outside filtered through the uncovered windows, making the clock's face visible. It was just before 3:25 in the morning. I lay there frozen, feeling as though an eternity passed. Then I felt the edge of the couch sink, as though someone had sat down next to me. Moments later, I felt a heavy weight on my lower legs. Whatever it was began to move up my body, pressing down as it went. The terror I felt in that moment was indescribable. I tried with all my strength to move or call out, but my body wouldn't respond. Even my voice was gone, leaving me completely helpless. Desperate, I shut my eyes and tried to pray, but my mind was clouded with fear, and I couldn't even recall the words to the Lord's Prayer. Then the experience took an even darker turn. Through the icy cold and paralyzing terror, I felt something lean close to my ear. I couldn't see anything in the dim light, but I clearly felt its presence. And then it sighed, a slow, deliberate breath right against my ear. That was the breaking point. Inside my head, I cried out to Jesus, begging for help. At that moment, my voice returned, and I let out a shout. Instantly, the paralysis lifted. I leapt off the couch like a spring, heart pounding, body trembling. I didn't dare go back to sleep and stayed awake, counting the minutes until dawn. I never mentioned the experience to Sandra or her parents. After all, they had to live in that house, and I didn't want to frighten them. Still, that night left a permanent mark on me. I've learned a lot through research since then, and I now understand that what I encountered wasn't tied to that house. It wasn't a typical haunting confined to one place. I've never really talked about the strange things that happen in my home, but over the last 3 or 4 years, they'd become more frequent. I've lived here for a long time, and while I'd noticed small noises or odd occurrences before, I never thought much of them. Now, it feels like things have become more active, and since I'm no expert, I'd love to hear what others think about what might be going on. To start, I want to clarify that I've experienced clear hauntings in other places, obvious and personal ones, which I'll share separately. But this situation feels different. It's subtle, and I'm not entirely sure if it's supernatural, or just something ordinary. That's why I'm sharing this, hoping for insights. Most of the activity happens upstairs in the 2 bedrooms. In my room, while lying in bed, I often hear tapping on the wall above my head or scratching sounds from across the room. In the bathroom, it sometimes sounds like someone is standing in there, weight shifting, water in the toilet moving slightly, or small items being moved on the sink. In the bedroom across the hall, I hear noises like someone searching through the room. The odd thing is that these sounds stop the moment I get up to check. It's as if they only happen when I'm in bed. I don't scare easily, so even when I hear these noises, I just go back to sleep. My dog's reactions are what intrigue me most. A little background on them. I have 2 large dogs that are very protective and alert. They can sense animals like cats in the yard even with all the windows closed, and they never let me sleep alone. They're always on my bed with me. Despite their protective nature, they react very differently to these noises. Nearly every night, I hear something upstairs that sounds like it's crawling or dragging itself quickly from room to room. My dogs always react. My boxer will stand at the bottom of the stairs, her back bristling into an instant mohawk, and just stare at the top of the staircase. Normally, they'd chase down any intruder or animal without hesitation, but when these noises happen, they refuse to go upstairs. My boxer seems visibly spooked. I'll go up to check, but the dogs stay at the bottom, watching me silently. As soon as I return downstairs, the noises resume. Sometimes, while they're in bed with me, I'll wake up to find both dogs lying with their heads down. Then, out of nowhere, their heads will pop up at the same time, and they'll stare in the same direction, toward my bedroom door. Slowly, their heads will follow something, panning from my door to the door leading to the attic. Once they stop, they just stare silently. They don't bark or growl, but it's unnerving. I've never stayed awake long enough to see how long they keep staring, but it's happened multiple times. The strangest part of all this is the sleep paralysis episodes I've had over the years. While I'm not easily scared, 3 specific instances stand out and have left me puzzled. The first time, I woke up fully aware of my surroundings but completely unable to move or speak. I wasn't scared, just confused, but I could hear slow, heavy breathing at my bedroom door. After about 15 seconds, the breathing stopped, and I regained control of my body. My dogs didn't react, so I dismissed it as just a strange sleep phenomenon and went back to bed. The second time was about a year later. I woke up again, paralyzed, but this time I felt like someone was smothering me. I couldn't breathe or move, but I wasn't panicked, just angry. In my head I yelled, "Get off me!" Immediately, the pressure lifted, and I could breathe again. After a few minutes, I calmed down and fell back asleep. The third instance, which happened about 6 weeks ago, is the one that troubles me the most. I dreamed that someone was dragging me off my bed, pulling me toward the stairs. In the dream, I couldn't fight back. When I reached the top of the stairs, I woke up to find myself lying on my stomach about 10 feet away from my bed, facing the staircase. I couldn't move or speak, but I could see the stairs clearly. Both my dogs came upstairs but stopped when they saw me. They retreated back down, which is unusual for them. After about 3 minutes, I regained control of my body. I'm not completely convinced this was supernatural. I have a history of sleepwalking, so it's possible that's what happened. But considering the other 2 instances, it still feels strange. That's the gist of what's been happening in my house. I don't feel scared or threatened, at least not yet, because I don't know if there's anything to be scared of. My name is Brittany, and I live in a very historical town called Upland in Pennsylvania. My home is near the Pusey house, once owned by Caleb Pusey, which was part of an old plantation. All the homes in the area, including mine, are extremely old, built in the late 1800s to early 1900s. They all feature spiral staircases, hardwood floors, and carry the weight of their age and history. I mention this because before moving into my father's house a year ago, I had never experienced sleep paralysis, night terrors, or visions. Now, almost every night, I experience some form of sleep paralysis that leaves me exhausted and struggling to get real sleep. I first noticed the scary dreams about a month or 2 after moving into my dad's house. At first, I shrugged them off, assuming they were caused by my medication. I switched to different sleeping meds, and for a while, the dreams stopped. The dreams were always dark and negative, often involving spirits, ghosts, or other paranormal themes. I told myself it was just because I watched too many ghost shows. Then, about 6 months ago, something entirely different started happening. These weren't just nightmares anymore. After some research, I realized what I was experiencing was called sleep paralysis. Unlike the typical stories of people feeling like they're being sat on or pushed down, I didn't feel physically restrained. While I was aware that I couldn't move, it didn't bother me. Instead, my experiences came with other sensations. It's important to note that I sleep with earplugs and an eye mask every night. The episodes usually happen right before I wake up. I feel an intense vibration that starts in my ears and spreads through my entire body. During these vibrations, I often have the sense that things are scurrying around me or that someone is in the room. I sometimes hear footsteps, muffled conversations, radios, TVs, or static, though I can never make out the words. These moments leave me filled with fear and anxiety. Occasionally I have visions, where it feels like I'm looking at myself sleeping, but there are paranormal entities in the room with me. These experiences only happen in my father's home. Once, it happened while I was alone at my stepmother's house, but that was the only time outside of my dad's home. I've been to my stepmother's house countless times and never felt anything strange there before or since. Recently, I've started feeling a presence in the house, especially when I'm alone. One night, I was restless and couldn't fall asleep. Eventually, I slipped into a state of sleep paralysis and had a vision of my room. In the vision, I saw a tall man with dark features standing in front of the bathroom doorway. He told me to wake up, and that's exactly what I did. Curious, I later asked my stepmother if she had ever seen or felt the presence of this man, but she said no. That's the only time I've actually seen an entity. Usually, it's just a feeling of someone being there. For a while, these episodes were happening 4 to 5 times a week. It was only when I purchased black tourmaline and black obsidian that they started to decrease. Black tourmaline is said to protect against negative energy, and I now sleep with it under my pillow. Black obsidian absorbs negative energy, and I wear it daily as a ring on my finger. I also sage my home and bed regularly. These combined efforts haven't completely stopped the experiences, but they've made them less frequent. I want to start by saying that I don't believe in ghosts. The correct term is spirits or demons. I was raised in a Christian household, always going to church and praising God. Growing up, my mom struggled with heavy drug use until I was about 11 or 12. She turned her life around, gave her life to God, and has been clean for over 10 years now. She's still praising the Lord, and I couldn't be prouder. It wasn't an easy childhood, but my 2 brothers and I stuck together and got through it. When I was younger, I used to experience what people call sleep paralysis, though I didn't know what it was at the time. I thought I was just playing too hard during the day and having some of the best sleep ever. I didn't think much of it back then. Fast forward to 4 days before my 16th birthday. At this point, my mom had recently ended her engagement to a very devout Christian man. That night, I experienced sleep paralysis again for the first time in years, but this time, it was terrifying. I woke up, pinned to my bed, unable to move, speak, or even breathe properly. All I could do was cry out in my mind, "Please God, help me!" After about 2 minutes of this, I felt something wrap around my neck like it was choking me. The pressure was intense, and I couldn't do anything to stop it. A few more minutes passed before I was able to breathe again and slightly move, though I was still pinned down. I touched my thighs and realized I was literally sunk into my mattress. I was so scared that I passed out. When I woke up, only a few minutes had passed. I tried to switch my position to get comfortable again, praying it was just a bad dream. But just as I was about to fall back asleep, I heard a faint yet booming male voice say, "He's mine!" The sound sent chills down my spine. I bolted out of bed and ran into my mom's room, crying hysterically and trying to explain what had happened. She brushed it off, saying it was just a nightmare. The next morning, as I was getting ready for school, I took a quick shower. When I got out and looked in the mirror, I saw a rope burn around my neck. I screamed in terror. My mom ran into the bathroom, and when she saw the mark, she freaked out. I didn't go to school that day, and my mom stayed home from work too. She sat me down and made me explain everything that had happened the night before. When I told her, she started crying, and we prayed together over and over again. The next day, things took an even darker turn. My mom got a call from her ex-fiancé's mom. He had hung himself in a hotel room at the exact time I had my terrifying experience. I didn't believe it at first and accused her of lying. But after we sat down and talked, I realized it was true. His funeral was held the day after my 16th birthday. I stayed home from school the entire week, still in shock and unable to process everything. The mark on my neck didn't fade for several days, which only added to the fear. I'm 18 now, about to turn 19 in a couple of months, and the memory of that night still haunts me. Since then, I've experienced sleep paralysis a few more times, and it's gotten worse. Now, I see a demon's face during the episodes. I've seen it 4 times since everything happened, and it terrifies me. Each time, I feel it trying to enter my body, but by the grace of God, it hasn't succeeded. I pray every night and feel its presence occasionally. When I sense it nearby, I demand that it leave. I tell it it's not welcome, and I throw scriptures at it until I feel it go away. I've come to realize that I've been given the gift of discerning spirits. While I'm grateful for this gift, it scares me. I no longer sleep without a nightlight or my Bible next to me. I've put crosses in my room and throughout the house and placed a Bible in every room. Whenever this thing tries to come near me, I fight it off with the Word of God. It's a battle, but I know God is with me. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I'm a 23-year-old Christian man, and I've had paranormal experiences in the past, especially after moving into a villa in Dubai around 2002. Over time, I got used to these occurrences. They didn't frighten me much, and I even joked about the house being haunted to scare friends who stayed over. My strong Christian faith always gave me comfort, and I believed it kept me and my family safe. However, what happened a few hours ago left me shaken to the core. I've been searching the internet for answers ever since, but what I've found so far has only scared me more. Now, I'm writing this to share my experience and hopefully gain some clarity. The villa I live in is part of a compound, with tall walls, about 250 centimeters, separating each backyard. My bedroom is on the 2nd floor, with my bed positioned against the wall with a window right above it. Through that window, I can see the backyard. Cats often walk along the walls at night, crying loudly, which I've always found more annoying than concerning, until tonight. I went to bed around 3:30 a.m., and my fiancée, who was already asleep, was beside me. At some point, I woke up because she had gone to the bathroom and returned to bed. She hugged me with her right arm as I lay on my left side, facing away from her. A little while later, I felt her finger touch my ear. Smiling, I thought she might be trying to be playful or hinting at intimacy. I asked her, "Why did you put your finger in my ear?" But she didn't reply. I repeated the question, still facing away from her, but again, there was no answer. I called her name twice, and she remained silent. When I tried to turn around to look at her, I realized I couldn't move. I was completely paralyzed. Panic set in as I asked again, "Jane, why did you put your finger in my ear?" That's when I heard a soft chuckle, as though someone was trying hard not to laugh at me. Almost immediately, I heard a cat cry outside my window. The sound was incredibly close, as if the cat was standing on the wall of my backyard. After each cry, there was a pause, followed by an eerie noise, something that sounded like heavy breathing or the dragging of something across a surface. This sound wasn't coming from my backyard but from just outside the window on the 2nd floor level, directly above where the cat had cried. The pattern repeated. The cat cried, paused, and then the strange sound followed. As this was happening, I noticed something even more unsettling. My fiancée's arm, which was draped over me, hadn't moved the entire time. There was no way she could have reached over to touch my ear with her other arm. it would have pressed against my back, and I would have felt it. The realization filled me with fear. I tried to move again, struggling against the paralysis. Every time I paused, I felt like I was fading into unconsciousness, as if I were about to fall asleep again. Desperate, I started multiplying numbers in my head, a trick I used to wake myself up from bad dreams. But this wasn't a dream. I could clearly do the math and remember the numbers, yet I remained stuck. Finally, I managed to move my arm very slowly. It took about 15 seconds just to lift it toward my face. Using all my strength, I forced my eye open. As soon as I did, I began to regain control of my body. I turned toward my fiancée, who was still hugging me in the exact same position, sound asleep. I checked the clock. It was exactly 5 a.m., not a minute more or less. Shaking, I woke her up and asked, "Why did you put your finger in my ear?" Confused, she told me she hadn't. I asked if she had gone to the bathroom during the night, and she said she hadn't left the bed at all. At that moment, I felt a wave of fear unlike anything I'd experienced before. I started praying immediately. I'm a grown man, but the experience left me terrified. Later, I began researching what had happened and came across something called Karina. What I read sent chills down my spine because it described much of what I had experienced. I've been praying ever since, hoping that it isn't the case. This experience took place over several months, beginning in the autumn of 2012. I was home from university for a weekend, visiting my family in Logan County, Kentucky. On the outskirts of town, there's an old graveyard called Red River Cemetery. It dates back to the 1790s and is deeply tied to local history. It was the site of the Great Revival of 1800, the first camp meeting in Christian history, which is said to have involved significant spiritual activity. The cemetery has always been a place I've enjoyed visiting. The drive there is peaceful, and it's surrounded by ancient trees that give the area a timeless feel. In the back of the cemetery, there's even a reconstructed log church from the era. The whole place feels serene, nostalgic, and still. In the center of the cemetery is a walled family plot dating back to the 1830s. It contains numerous graves, including one that's partially sunken and open, though I don't know if that's from vandalism or natural causes. I had been there many times before without incident. But on this particular day, as I walked around the walled plot, I felt uneasy. It wasn't overwhelming, but something about it made me want to leave the area. I stepped out of the plot and continued walking around the rest of the cemetery, thinking little of the feeling. That night, everything changed. I had trouble sleeping, feeling wide awake yet restless. It's hard to explain, but my mind felt tormented. I couldn't stop thinking about two specific graves in the walled plot. They were burned into my mind, as if the image of them was seared there. Even though I knew I was awake most of the night, I had vivid nightmares, or perhaps waking visions, of those graves. Fear gripped me, and I couldn't shake the thought of them. At one point, I had a vision of a man who I instinctively knew was buried there. His face was a blur, but he was young, dressed in brownish-beige clothes from the pre-1850s. He was slightly heavy-set, but not fat. The image was crystal clear, and I was certain it was one of the individuals buried in those graves. The experience was deeply disturbing. The next day, I was emotionally shaken, to the point of crying when I thought about it. My parents didn't know what to make of it. A few strange things also happened that day. Our dog barked at seemingly nothing, and our washing machine suddenly went haywire. When the repairman came, he said a part inside had come loose, which he described as unusual. While these could have been coincidences, they felt connected to the unease I was experiencing. Over time, I managed to put the incident behind me and focus on my studies. But in the spring of 2013, my curiosity got the better of me. I decided to go back to the cemetery to investigate those graves. I wanted to know who was buried there, thinking it might provide some kind of closure or answer. Gathering my courage, I returned to the walled plot and found the graves. The two individuals were siblings, Jane, who died at 28 and had 3 children, and her brother Chatham, who passed away in his early 20s in the 1810s. They were the children of a Kentucky senator, and their family home was nearby. While their history wasn't particularly remarkable, I couldn't shake the eerie connection I felt to their graves. That night, I woke up at exactly 3:30 a.m. Unable to sleep, I lay awake when I suddenly heard my doorknob wiggle. My first thought was that it might be my cat, who sometimes sneaks in and tries to open doors. I prayed, "Please let that just be my cat," and tried to convince myself it was nothing. The next morning, I discovered the porch door was locked, meaning my cat couldn't have been inside. I questioned my mom, dad, and brother, but all of them denied touching my door. The following night, I woke up again, this time around 3:30 or 4:30 a.m. My brother had been watching TV in the den outside my room before I went to bed, so when I noticed the light under my door, I assumed he was still there. Then my door opened. I heard the knob turn, and the door slowly opened halfway before closing partway again. I froze in bed, staring at the door. A sudden flash of light in the den caught my attention, and then everything went dark. Still thinking it was my brother, I got up to close the door and went back to bed, slightly unnerved. The next morning, I asked my brother why he had opened my door. He looked confused and said he went to bed at midnight. He also has no history of sleepwalking. When I questioned everyone else in the house, they all denied doing it. That's when fear started to creep in. Later that day, while I was on the computer, I heard my mom scream my name twice, as if she were outside and needed help. I ran out in a panic, only to find her calmly tending to the garden. She looked startled when I rushed over, out of breath, and asked what was wrong. "I heard you scream my name," I told her. She insisted she hadn't said anything and gave me a confused look, thinking I was playing a joke on her. But she would never joke about something like that. I've been working third shift at a local motel for over 7 months now. During the winter, I got used to the strange things that come with working overnight. Being wide awake at 4 a.m. can feel surreal. But some things go beyond the usual oddities, things that are hard to explain. I've seen lights flicker as if they're answering questions, heard radios blast at full volume in rooms that haven't been occupied for days, struggled with doors that feel like someone's holding them shut from the other side, and even caught glowing orbs on security cameras and my cell phone. One of the most persistent things has been the exit sign lights, especially on the south side of the building. They started blinking erratically, rapid at first, then slowing to a few blinks every minute. One night, my friend Tom stopped by to visit while my wife, Kate, and I were having dinner at work. As I was finishing up some tasks behind the desk, a light on the security camera monitor caught my eye. It was the exit sign, blinking away like it was trying to get my attention. At first, we laughed it off, thinking it was just a glitch. But then Tom, who's naturally curious and a bit eccentric, decided to test it. He turned to the screen and asked, "Can you see us?" The light instantly turned off. Our hearts were racing, but Tom wasn't done. "Do you want us to leave?" he asked. The light started blinking rapidly, almost frantically. Kate, always the level-headed one, told us to ignore it and left after dinner. Tom and I tried to distract ourselves by watching TV, but curiosity got the better of us. He stayed behind the desk, watching the monitor, while I went upstairs to check it out. As I walked down the hallway toward the blinking light, I heard music coming from one of the rooms, room 223, which was closest to the exit sign. Confused, I checked the clerk's room log and saw that 223 had been vacant for the past 3 days. Armed with the master key, Tom and I went into the room to investigate. Inside, the room was freezing cold, so cold we could see our breath. The clock radio was blaring at full volume, even though it wasn't set to an alarm. We turned it off and double-checked that no alarm was set before leaving. The whole thing left us shaken, but we tried to rationalize it as we headed back downstairs. About 20 minutes later, I decided to do a walk around of the building. When I got to the stairwell opposite room 223, I tried to open the door, but it wouldn't budge. I planted my feet and gave it all my strength, but the door barely moved 2 inches. I chalked it up to coincidence and moved on. A few days later, Kate joined me for dinner again. Once more, the exit sign light began flashing on the monitor. This time, we decided to experiment. I asked Kate to go upstairs while I watched the cameras. Strangely, the light would only blink when she wasn't looking directly at it. Every time she turned to face it, the light stopped. We repeated this a few times with the same result, but it spooked us so much we eventually gave up. Months later, on a stormy night, I had another unsettling encounter. I was studying at my laptop when I noticed something moving on the security display. Looking closer, I saw a glowing white orb drifting across the camera's view. It moved erratically, sometimes leaving the edge of the screen before coming back. Its shape was almost semicircular, and it hovered unpredictably. I grabbed my phone and recorded the monitor, capturing the orb in action. It moved around for about 10 minutes before I heard a loud, solid thump at the back door. The sound was heavy, like someone throwing their shoulder against the door. It wasn't sharp or abrupt, it was more like a heavy force pressing against it. The noise repeated 2 or 3 times before stopping, but it was enough to leave me deeply uneasy. Even after months of strange occurrences, I still can't fully explain what's going on. Whatever it is, it's made working the third shift much more than just an ordinary job. This happened in the early 1980s in Natal. My family was very close, and every Christmas, we would all gather together. That year, my uncle and aunt invited us to spend Christmas at a big farmhouse they were renting. The house was incredible. Designed by someone from overseas, it had 28 rooms, a long hallway lit with paraffin lamps, and no electricity. It was a real farm, complete with a coal stove in the kitchen and wide stoops at the front and back of the house. One evening, my aunt decided to drive to a neighboring farm to buy milk, and all of us kids piled into the car with her. We were crammed in like sardines, sitting on each other's laps, but we didn't care, we were having a blast. It was about 8 p.m., and we sang Christmas carols on the drive back, laughing and chatting the whole way. Suddenly, my cousin nudged me and whispered, "Look! What's that?" I followed her gaze and saw a light, like a bicycle headlamp, floating beside the car, just a meter away from where we were sitting. At first, we weren't scared, just curious. It looked like an old bicycle light, glowing brightly in the tall, dry grass, but there was no bike attached to it. The narrow gravel road we were driving on was full of potholes, and every time the car slowed down, the light slowed down too, almost as if it was deliberately following us. When we neared the end of the road, the light moved to the back of the car, staying about 3 meters behind us. My aunt noticed how unusually quiet we had gotten and asked us what was wrong. We didn't want to scare everyone in the car, so my cousin blurted out, "It's just a firefly following us." I thought that was the worst excuse ever because this firefly was way too big to be believable. But then my aunt glanced in the rearview mirror and screamed, "It's a ghost!" She floored the accelerator, and suddenly the car felt like it was flying down the road. Everyone in the car screamed, not because of the light, but because of how fast she was driving. At one point, she hit a pothole so hard that part of the car's exhaust fell off. When we reached the wider gravel road leading to the farm, the light suddenly stopped and disappeared. When we got back, everyone gathered on the stoop, sharing ghost stories. My uncle told us about a strange recording his daughters had made. They had left a tape recorder running in one of the rooms, and when they played it back later, it captured the sounds of footsteps, doors opening and closing, and people talking, this, in an empty room. Intrigued, my uncle tried the same thing in his takeaway shop, which was an old building. The recording from the shop was even stranger. It sounded like people laughing, talking, and drinking, almost as if it had once been a bar. After that creepy night, we avoided talking about ghosts to keep from scaring ourselves further. A few days later, everyone seemed to relax. One evening, I went out to the back stoop to watch the sunset. The house was noisy with everyone inside, so I stayed out a little longer, enjoying the quiet as the sun dipped behind the mountains. that's when I noticed something strange. At the end of the stoop, in a dead bush, there was a glowing golden ball about the size of a soccer ball. It wasn't very bright, but it was clear enough to see. I wasn't scared, just curious, so I stepped closer to get a better look. As I moved, the ball suddenly vanished. I didn't tell anyone because, after all the ghost stories, I figured no one would believe me and would think I was imagining things. Years later, while talking about the farm with my parents, my father revealed something that stunned me. He admitted that one night, while going to his car to grab something, he had also seen a glowing golden ball in the same dead bush. Like me, he hadn't told anyone, thinking no one would believe him. 2 ghost lights in 1 week would sound like too much. I was shocked and told him about my own experience. We both laughed at how we'd kept the same secret for so long, but it was clear that what we saw was real. That farmhouse, with all its mysteries, is something I'll never forget. Hampton, Virginia, is a city with deep historical roots, dating back to some of the oldest U.S. settlements. This story takes place in a section of Hampton called Phoebus, just across Mill Creek from Fort Monroe. The area has seen its share of history, Revolutionary War battles, the Civil War, and even World War I. Hampton itself was burned down by Union troops in 1861, and the business district was destroyed again in 1884. With so much history, it's easy to believe the area might have its share of lingering spirits, for those who believe in such things. On a lighter note, Phoebus was also home to Fuller's Restaurant, which was used as a filming location for the movie King Crab in 1980. My great-uncle, Macy Carmel, was a judge in Hampton, and the Carmel Center for Justice in downtown Hampton was named after him. Phoebus was a wonderful spot for 4th of July fireworks, especially if you had relatives with waterfront property facing Fort Monroe. This story takes place in one of the old waterfront houses in Phoebus, built by my grandparents in 1952. They sold the house in 1994, a year after my grandfather passed away. It had always been a special place for our family, and I have many memories of spending weekends there as a child. This particular memory happened when I was about 7 or 8 years old. It was summer, and I was spending the weekend with my grandparents. It was probably around 9 p.m., as my grandparents always went to bed early. I went to my bedroom, which had belonged to my mom and aunt when they were growing up. It was a large room with 2 full-sized beds separated by a wall that extended slightly past the foot of the beds. I usually slept in the bed on the left, as it was closer to the doorway. That night, I climbed into bed, likely played quietly for a few minutes, and then settled down under the covers. A few minutes passed as I lay there, probably daydreaming about what I'd do the next day. Suddenly, I noticed something at the doorway, a floating, orange glow. That's what I've always called it. It was roughly spherical but had a distinct tail, almost like a 3D comic book speech bubble. I stared at it, terrified but not frozen with fear. I watched it for 2 or 3 seconds before pulling the covers over my head, thinking that would keep me safe. Being a naturally curious kid, I stayed under the covers for a few seconds before cautiously peeking out again. To my horror, the glowing orb had moved closer to the bed. That was enough for me. I bolted out of bed, ran across the hall, and straight into my grandparents' bedroom. I don't remember exactly what I told them, but I do know I slept in their room that night. Let me explain a bit about the house. When you walked in, there was a foyer, and to the left were the open living and dining rooms. Straight ahead was a sunken den. To the right was a hallway leading to the bedrooms. My grandparents' room was at the very end of the hall on the right, and the room I stayed in was directly across from theirs. The hallway light was in the middle of the hall, but from my bed, I couldn't see the fixture. This ruled out the possibility of light spots, caused by staring at a light source. That night, it was just me and my grandparents in the house, so no one was playing a prank on me. There were no lights on in the room, just the glow from the hallway to keep it from being completely dark. The house had another strange quirk, though not necessarily paranormal. There was a skylight in the living room, and every morning, for about an hour, the entire room would take on an orange tint, likely caused by the sun. What was odd was that the bedroom I stayed in also had a faint orange glow during certain times in the morning, even though it was on the opposite side of the house and had no skylight. It wasn't frightening, but it was weird. Years later, while talking with my parents about the old house, my father admitted he'd seen something strange there too. One night, when he went outside to grab something from the car, he saw a golden light hovering in a dead bush near the back stoop. The same place I had seen a glowing orb when I was a child. Like me, he didn't tell anyone at the time, thinking no one would believe him. Hearing his story confirmed what I had experienced, and made me realize I hadn't imagined it. That house in Phoebus holds many memories for our family, but some of them, like the glowing orb, remain an unsolved mystery. A few weeks ago, I had an experience I can't explain. I was staying at my sister's house to watch her son while she attended a summer program for college. She had long days with classes and projects, often staying late. That night, she called to let me know she'd be cramming with her classmates for a big test, and wouldn't be home until really late. It was around 6:30 p.m. when I first noticed something strange. My nephew had spilled juice on his shirt during dinner, so I went to his room to grab a clean one. As I rummaged through his drawer, I saw a shadow outside the window to my right. It looked like the shadow of a man, perfectly still. Then, after a second or two, it walked off to the left. Startled, I pressed my face against the window to look, but I didn't see anyone. I told myself it must have been someone walking down the street. The house is only about 20 to 30 yards from the road. But it bothered me that I saw the shadow but not the person. By 11 p.m., I was still uneasy, worrying that someone might have been trying to look into my nephew's window. I let him fall asleep on the couch in the living room while I closed the curtains. That's when I saw the shadow again. This time, it was standing beside a tree in the yard, looking directly at the house. There was a thin fog covering the yard, and the shadow seemed to be standing ankle-deep in it. It looked eerily out of place. Terrified, I called my sister's neighbor, someone she and her husband were close to. I explained that I thought someone might be lurking in the yard and asked if he could come check. A few minutes later, he knocked on the door and said he'd looked all around but hadn't seen anyone, no footprints, nothing unusual. We figured it might have been someone on the street, and I was just overthinking things. He went home, and I tried to calm down, though I kept checking the windows. By midnight, the fog outside had thickened, but what really unsettled me was how it seemed contained within our yard. The street and neighboring yards were completely clear. Suddenly, the front door started rattling, like someone was trying to open it. My first thought was that my sister had come home, but when I peeked through the window beside the door, no one was there. Still, the door kept shaking. Panicked, I yelled, "Go away!" and the rattling stopped. I didn't know what else to do, so I sat on the couch near my nephew. A loud bang on the window beside me made me jump. I peeked through the curtain, and the shadow was right there, just outside the window. It was so close I could feel my chest tighten. I wanted to cry, but I couldn't decide what to do. Should I grab my nephew and move to another part of the house? Before I could decide, I noticed the fog starting to seep in under the front door. For some reason, the fog scared me more than anything else. I felt that if the fog got in, the shadow would too. Desperate, I grabbed a blanket from a nearby chair and shoved it against the bottom of the door. I stepped back to see if it would stop the fog, but it didn't. The fog began creeping over the blanket, and the door started rattling again. I ran to the kitchen and grabbed a container of sea salt. Frantically, I poured it along the doorframe, over the blanket, and onto the floor. My nephew had woken up and was watching everything, whimpering softly. I tried to stay calm for his sake, saying, "It's okay. Everything's fine." Once I had a decent amount of salt down, I shouted, "You can't come in this house!" The rattling stopped. The fog disappeared. I ran to the window and saw the fog retreating down the street. The shadow was gone. I managed to get my nephew back to sleep, and a little while later, my sister came home. I told her everything. She looked confused and said she had never seen anything strange at her house. She also mentioned that there hadn't been any fog when she pulled into the driveway. The next day, we bought more sea salt and poured it all around the outside of her house and along the borders of the yard. I didn't see anything else for the rest of my stay, and my sister says nothing strange has happened since. I can't stop wondering what it was. Was the fog connected to the shadow? Whatever it was, I hope it's gone for good. As soon as I learned about paranormal and supernatural things, the sightings of that woman I used to see became rare. My grandmother later told me that many people in our family had seen similar beings but chose to stay quiet so we kids wouldn't get scared or curious. Years later, my parents separated, and I would visit my mother at her parents' house in another part of the city, far from my father's house. This new place was different. Beside our house was a big open ground where many children played. It was the first time I really got exposed to the outside world. At the time, there was a fun season for us kids spider fighting. Like rooster fights, but we used spiders. We'd wait until late afternoon or evening to hunt for spiders suitable for fights, since people said specific spiders only came out at night. Some older kids told us about a type of spider that lived in the nearby cornfields at the base of the hills. They claimed these spiders were the strongest of all. One rainy day, my friends and I decided to meet that night to go to the hills and hunt for those spiders. The farmers warned us not to go beyond the cornfields, especially on rainy nights. We didn't ask why, too focused on our excitement about finding spiders. Around 8 p.m., our parents let us go because we lived in a compound-like area where everyone knew each other, and the houses were close. There were 7 of us, and only 2 flashlights, so we split into 2 groups. My group had 4 kids, while the other 3 started searching farther away. Before we left, the farmers repeated their warning, stay in the cornfields and don't go beyond, as the light from their houses only reached as far as the cornfields. We understood enough not to argue. Minutes passed as we searched. Each of us managed to catch one of the prized spiders. Then we went to find the other group. We saw a light in the distance, not too bright but enough to illuminate the area. Thinking it was the other group still searching, we headed toward it. The light wasn't in the cornfields but near a large mango tree just outside of them. As we approached, we suddenly heard the sound of a chain being dragged. When we reached the light, we froze. Floating in the air was a fireball the size of a basketball, glowing bright orange. It carried a chain, one end floating and the other dragging along the ground. It moved around the tree as if searching for something. We stared at it in shock, confused and scared, before breaking into a full sprint, each of us running in different directions. I ran straight to the waiting shed near our house, where I found the other group and 2 of my group mates, all shaking and sweating. We told them what we had seen, and some neighbors overheard us. They laughed, saying they'd seen the same thing before. They called it Sant Elmo or Saint Elmo's fire. The neighbors explained that Sant Elmo is said to appear where the blood of a murder victim washes away in the rain, especially if the victim hasn't received justice. We never went back to that place. When I told my mother, she dismissed it as my imagination. But how could all of us have imagined the exact same thing? It felt too real to ignore. Years later, I saw Sant Elmo again. This time, I was at my father's house. I had a habit of sneaking down to the living room to watch TV late at night after everyone else had gone to bed. Our living room was set up with stairs behind the television, leading to windows carved with flower-like patterns that made it impossible to see clearly outside. To the left was a door to the garden, and to the right of the TV was a couch with large transparent windows facing outside. That night, I sat on the couch near the TV, keeping the volume low so no one would hear. Hours later, as I watched, a bright orange light appeared outside the carved windows by the stairs. Curious, I got up and looked out the transparent window at the end of the couch. There they were again, 2 glowing fireballs, smaller than the one I'd seen years earlier but unmistakably Sant Elmo. They floated just outside the gate, moving as if chasing each other. Terrified, I turned off the TV and bolted upstairs to my bed as fast as I could. That was the last time I ever saw Sant Elmo. Sorry to interrupt, If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I should start by saying that strange things have happened to me often throughout my life, but I usually brushed them off as coincidences or ignored them to stay sane. One incident, however, stands out to me because it was so vivid and completely different from anything I'd ever experienced before. It happened when I was 15 years old and remains one of the clearest memories I have. It was my sophomore year of high school, and I was thrilled about the annual European trip our school organized. About 40 to 50 students were going, and we'd spend over a week touring Greece and Italy. We spent 4 days in Greece and then took an overnight ferry to Italy, where we stayed for another 5 days. The ferry was modern and brightly lit, so it didn't really feel like we were on a boat, except for the occasional gentle bobbing in the narrow hallways as the waves rocked us. The rooms were small and divided into groups of 4. Each room had 2 sets of bunk beds, a tiny bathroom with a shower, a toilet, and a sink. Across from the bathroom was a small closet, and a small table stood between the bunk beds. There were no windows in the room, which made it feel even more cramped and suffocating. When it was time to sleep, I took the bottom bunk on the left side of the room. As soon as the lights went out, the room was plunged into total darkness. It was so pitch black that I couldn't even see my own hand in front of my face. It was unsettling, to say the least, and made me feel vulnerable lying there, unable to see anything. Still, I didn't feel scared or uneasy at the time, just annoyed by how dark it was. I fell asleep without any trouble, but a few hours later, I woke up suddenly. I wasn't startled awake, nor did I hear anything. My eyes just snapped open for no clear reason. When I opened my eyes, all I could see was blackness, and something that looked like white smoke hovering right in front of my face. It was the only thing I could make out in the darkness. The smoke wasn't just floating near my face. It extended down the length of my body, almost touching me. It moved slightly, wispy and slow. My first thought was, "Oh my God, I'm blind!" I couldn't see anything but that blackness and the strange, ghostly smoke. Panicking, I turned around in bed and switched on the light. But when I looked back, the smoke was completely gone. I sat there confused. If it had been actual smoke, it should have been even more visible with the light on, but there was nothing there. I glanced at my roommates, but they were all fast asleep, completely undisturbed. Unsure of what else to do, I turned the light off, checked my bed again, still nothing, and decided to go back to sleep. I never told my roommates or anyone else about what I saw. To this day, I have no idea what it was. I wasn't familiar with smoky apparitions or anything like that, and I've never encountered anything similar since. When I was 5, my family moved out of my grandmother's house, my mom's mom, and into our own place. We weren't well off, so we ended up in a neighborhood of row-style houses on the north side of Pittsburgh, my hometown. There was a rumor that the neighborhood had been built on an old cemetery. I can't confirm if that's true, but part of me believes it. I was the middle child of 5, 2 older brothers and 2 younger sisters, and things didn't start getting strange until I was about 13. I was usually the last one to go to bed, so I was often alone when everyone else was asleep. At night, I'd hear footsteps starting from my mom's room and stopping at my sister's room. It never alarmed me because nothing ever happened after that, but my sisters would tell me they saw a man with red eyes standing at the foot of their beds. By the time I was 16, things got stranger. I'd often see shadows moving toward the shower when I was bathing. Our shower was in the basement, a place I already didn't like spending time in. At first, it freaked me out a little, but over time, I got annoyed and started telling them to back off, and surprisingly, they would. So I never felt truly scared back then, just unsettled. That changed when I was 27. I had moved back to Pittsburgh from Ambridge and was living with my sister. One night, around 3 a.m., I went downstairs to watch Family Guy, which I'd missed earlier. While watching TV, I noticed the room getting unusually cold, shivering cold, even though it wasn't winter. Thinking it was strange, I grabbed a jacket and went back to watching TV. That's when I saw it. Out of the corner of my right eye, I noticed a softball-sized orb of white light hovering about chest height next to me. My first instinct was to run, but curiosity kept me in my seat. The orb began glowing brighter, and the light started to expand. I turned my head fully toward it, watching as the light grew. It started to take on a human shape, and I could feel a feminine energy radiating from it. I was both terrified and fascinated. At some point, I stood up and took 2 steps back from the couch. That's when I heard a voice in my head say, "Don't run." I had no idea how I could hear it in my head, but now I understand. It was likely because I'm psychic, though that's a story for another time. At that moment, I turned my head toward the stairs, considering running up them as fast as I could. But when I looked back, the orb was gone. Shaken, I immediately turned off the TV and went upstairs. I didn't sleep at all that night. I couldn't. The whole event had left me too rattled. I haven't had another encounter quite like that since. However, strange things have happened over the years. In 2009, after moving into my own place, I felt someone sit on my bed just as I was lying down to sleep. Occasionally, I'll feel a presence in the room or feel the back of my shirt get gently tugged, as though someone's fingers brushed it before letting it go. One unforgettable moment happened on the day of my grandmother's funeral, my dad's mom. She passed away just before Thanksgiving, though I had a feeling she would after visiting her with my dad. That night, as I lay in bed trying to sleep, I felt someone watching me. I immediately knew it was her, but there was another presence with her. I didn't recognize the energy, but I assumed it was my grandfather, who had passed when my dad was still a child. Both of my grandfathers died when my parents were young, so I never got to meet either of them. Even now, I sometimes hear unexplained noises in my apartment. Living alone, these things could be unnerving, but I don't feel afraid. Nothing bad has ever happened, so I take it all in stride, knowing that whatever's there doesn't mean me any harm. For the first 3 years of my life, my family lived in a small bungalow next to a wood in Wales. My parents had bought and renovated the house shortly before I was born, and it was a quiet and peaceful place. The event I'm about to share happened when I was between 2 and 4 years old, as my younger brother hadn't been born yet. At the time, I had a bedroom all to myself. Even though it's been over 20 years since we lived in that house, I still remember this experience vividly. As a child, I was very active, always climbing on things and running around the woods, as much as a toddler could. I watched some children's television but didn't play computer games or anything like that, so my imagination wasn't influenced by much beyond what I saw in real life. My bedroom was a simple, average-sized room. One wall had a large window, a bit high up, so I couldn't see out unless I climbed onto my bed or chest of drawers. Opposite the window was my single bed and the doorway. The room felt safe and cozy, but one night, something happened that I've never been able to forget. I woke up in the middle of the night to a tapping sound at the window. Curious, I climbed out of bed and pulled the curtain back slightly. What I saw outside the glass was unlike anything I'd ever seen before. There was a glowing light hovering just on the other side of the window. It was about 15 centimeters tall, glowing purple and blue. It wasn't exactly an orb, as it seemed more solid and distinct. Its shape was uneven, almost like an upright oak leaf, glowing brightly around the edges while its center was darker. What stood out the most was that it had a face, 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth. I wasn't afraid at first, just overwhelmed with curiosity. I climbed onto the windowsill to get a closer look, sitting on the chest of drawers beneath the window. The glowing figure looked back at me and then spoke. I don't remember what it said, it was so long ago, but I felt that it was very interested in me, almost like its entire purpose for being there was to communicate with me. I asked it questions like, "What do you want?" and "Why are you here?" but it didn't answer directly. The longer I stared at it, the more uneasy I began to feel. The orb's presence shifted. It no longer felt friendly. Instead, It felt like it wanted me to feel scared. That's when I decided I'd had enough. I climbed down from the windowsill and ran as fast as I could to my parents' room. I didn't tell them what I saw, so they didn't question me climbing into their bed. I just wanted to feel safe, and being with them helped. The next morning, I woke up in their room and immediately remembered what had happened the night before. It wasn't a dream. I could clearly recall the tapping sound, the glowing face, and the fear I felt. Even as a child, I told myself it couldn't be real. Glowing faces don't exist. So I brushed it off and didn't mention it to anyone. Years later, I learned something that made me reconsider. The current owners of the house once had a friend visit, someone sensitive to the paranormal. That friend claimed to sense the presence of an old lady spirit who used to carry water from a well outside, along a path, and into the house. My family hadn't known this while we lived there, but hearing it now made me wonder if my experience was somehow connected to that spirit. This new information gave me permission to think of my memory as something paranormal rather than dismissing it. Even now, it remains one of my clearest memories, and possibly my earliest one. I'll never forget that glowing face and the feeling of curiosity mixed with fear that it left me with. When I was very young, living in my old house in Hardmoney, I had my very first paranormal experience. I was under the age of 10 at the time, and I didn't fully understand what was happening. I just knew it wasn't something that should be happening. Let me give you some background on the house. It was a beautiful white Victorian, built in the late 1800s by a preacher as the parsonage for a church just up the road. I don't know exactly when it stopped being a parsonage, but it was after that preacher passed away. As far as I know, he didn't die in the house. My parents bought the place about 20 years ago, and aside from some minor changes, like adding rooms to the gables and filling in a hallway to add a staircase, the structure remained mostly the same. The house had its quirks, though. For example, there were old cannonballs in the basement, which always felt like an odd but fascinating detail. Still, my parents loved it, and moved in shortly before I was born. In fact, my mom told me that she became pregnant with me, her miracle baby, as soon as they began remodeling the house. She had been told she couldn't have children, so my arrival, on my dad's birthday no less, felt especially significant. Now, onto my experience. Like most kids my age, I slept in my mom's bed almost every night, and this night was no different. I was sound asleep until something woke me. Maybe I rolled over or needed to go to the bathroom, I'm not sure. But when I opened my eyes, I was immediately frozen in place. Through the window at the foot of the bed, a giant white light was slowly drifting into the room. It was massive, glowing, and perfectly circular. The bed was against the back wall, and the window was on the right-hand side near the foot of the bed. To give you an idea of its size, the light filled the entire window. The windows in that house were nearly floor to ceiling, and the room itself had 8-foot ceilings. Looking back now, I'd estimate the light was about 5 feet tall and 3 feet wide. It glowed brighter than a fluorescent light but didn't illuminate the room in the way you'd expect. It was strange and otherworldly, and as I stared at it, I remember thinking, pretend to be asleep, and it won't notice you. Just go back to sleep, and it won't bother you. I squeezed my eyes shut and willed myself to fall asleep. The next morning, I told my mom what I had seen. She brushed it off, saying it might have been the neighbor's lights. But even as a kid, I knew that couldn't be true. The light was far too bright, and it was coming from one specific window, not from outside in general. And it wasn't just bright, it was massive, slow-moving, and almost felt alive. That image has stayed with me all these years, as clear in my mind now as it was then. I've often wondered, why was it there? Did it wake me on purpose? Did it come every night, and I just happened to see it that one time? For the 5 years we lived in that house after that night, I never saw it again, and there weren't any other experiences like it that I can remember. Now that I'm older and have learned more about paranormal phenomena, I've wondered if it could have been an orb. But something about it doesn't quite fit. Most orbs are small and quick-moving, while this was huge, slow, and deliberate. I always loved that house. It felt like home in a way no other place has. But I couldn't shake the sense that something was off there. It wasn't a bad feeling, but certain areas of the house sometimes gave me pause, like they held secrets I wasn't meant to uncover. Even now, I think about the hard money house often. One day, when I move out of my current place and live on my own, I know I'll return to it. That house has always felt like my real home, and no matter what happened there, I'm always ready to go back.